Just double check. Cool. So right now we're at Lundale. We'll wait here for a little bit till everybody jumps on. Let me make sure I share it on Twitter. One sec, guys. I'm just making sure we get this on Twitter too. But we're at Lundale Farms, which is actually where Cavalcante was seen running before making it to Littles. We're gonna head that way now. But these are the silos that they were talking about, and I'm sure. So the farm is active. Of course, we have permission to be here, but the farm is active. Everybody's back to their normal routines, and we thought it'd be cool to retrace Cavalcante's final steps. I was able to get his coordinates from law enforcement, who gave us the coordinates of the spot they found them at behind Littles. So let me. So we are just 4 minutes. Well, if that's driving, let me fix this. 1 second, guys. No, actually, that is walking. Okay, that's interesting. All right. So this farm is 4 minutes. It's a 4 minute walk, zero point 0.2 miles to Littles. Um, and these are the silos over here that were captured on the FBI drones where they saw Cavalcante sort of make a dash for it toward Littles a few nights ago or mornings ago. But looks like they're harvesting. It's a really cool farm. And they have a festival coming up, I think, next week. So if you're local, definitely swing by and check it out. So yeah, so literally straight in. Make sure we recenter. So in that direction is where Cavalcante went. We're going to try to get there without going through, obviously, uh, the property line. But here are the silos where he was spotted by FBI drones at the early morning hours, I want to say, 2 days ago, just after midnight-ish, maybe even closer to 1. And you guys can see how it goes sort of from an open field right around here to brush and woods straight ahead. And this is likely why they were able to spot him so much easier. There's no brush looking around us on this property, at least, that would get in the way of the drones or the helicopters. But I'm not sure we're going in the right direction. Yeah, so it's straight up this way. So let's see how we can make this work. Because it's not really too far of a walk at all. It's just a 4 minute walk if I was to take the main road, but it'd be cool to kind of cut through the wooded area by Beaver Run, which is where they saw him running. I think that was maybe the second or third aerial spotting, which was toward Beaver Run. But we'll head down and kind of retrace his steps. And again, we have the coordinates of the spot he was found, which will be kind of interesting to see how he was able to finesse his way onto the back of the property. So what he did is he ran from this farm, just 0.1 miles to Littles, tried to gain entry in the back door, and from there he ran not too far behind Littles into a little like pile of brush and branches that he slithered into for a few hours before law enforcement moved in. Like we said, they wanted him to fall asleep and get comfortable, and they had eyes on him the whole time. So they were watching him for about 6 hours. But at that point, after watching him and approaching for so many times before losing him, they made the call to kind of stand down and let him find a spot where he thinks he's safe before they moved in and grabbed him with Yoda. Before little Yoda went in and grabbed him. So this is the farm with the silos. Hold on, let me mute this for a second. All right, guys. So again, we're going to take you guys up towards the route that he took, and hopefully we can wind up at Little's and then come back. It's not that far of a walk. And again, this is a beautiful property, and they have a festival coming up next week. So if you're local, definitely come down and I guess check out the area that he was last seen in. And you guys can see the creek right here. This is, let me check on the map and make sure. So this is Beaver Run. This is the creek that they saw Cavalcante running towards and using as a guide to travel during his final moments. And the creek runs from Lundale to the area right behind Little's. And that's where he kind of diverted from his route and tried to gain entry into a building, which shows how desperate he was towards the final moments of his little 5 minutes of fame with the manhunt. He got desperate to the point where he was trying to make entry into local businesses, and knowing that they would have surveillance. Those businesses have surveillance, so it wasn't, at that point, he wasn't worried about being seen, which is definitely scary. So literally, so in this direction, which we're going to see, if we should, so we are right here, and Little's is just right over there. So it's not too bad of a hike. I'm not a hiker, but I guess we'll go in this way somehow. Let me double check and see. So yeah, we go straight in this direction. So let's see how far we can get before it gets too hard. And this is what law enforcement is dealing with, guys. These are the conditions. You can hide just about anywhere. And those of you that have been watching for the past 2 weeks know I can't stand bugs. So this is definitely going to be an adventure for all of us. So let's see. Watch us have to Uber back to the farm after after we make our way through. You literally have to get down to get through half of this stuff. All right, give me a sec. That's the spider web, and I'm not a fan. And then we kind of hit a dead end for us on this. Let's try another route. But this is what they were dealing with, guys. This is what law enforcement was dealing with during the search. It wasn't like your average manhunt. This is kind of like as brushy and forestry as it gets out here. I'm going to cut this way and see if there's maybe he made a little route for us that we could just try to follow. I think that'd be nice. That'd be the only nice thing Cavalcante did. Give us a little route to follow. Wow, I mean, literally, these are like little caves of brush. And I'm caught by a vine, so this isn't gonna, whoa. All right, Hong, here we go. Maybe he should lead the way. All right. So should we go through this? And do you see a way, a realistic way? And you literally have to get like down on your knees to crawl through this. Um, Not as easy as he made it look at all. I can't imagine how law enforcement were able to. Is that a okay? That was creepy. I can't imagine how law enforcement was able to sweep these woods. It's not like they're able to walk in and do a major sweep because of these little like patches of brush that are really difficult to get through, and we're not even halfway into the shit. So obviously he was running. We're not in any rush, so I'm not gonna run through a bunch of woods. All right, so let's see how far we are from here. All right, we made no progress, but let's keep going. And this just shows you how hard it was for law enforcement too, trying to catch this guy, which is why I thought it was kind of important to come out here and show. I mean, the locals for the most part know the terrain, but obviously the rest of the country doesn't. Okay, so we're now, how far? I would make a terrible escapee, I'll tell you that right now, unless they have Uber, because I'm sure that he wasn't on the outskirts of this brush like we are. He was probably straight in the middle. All right, cool. Making progress. Look, you guys can see how heavy the brush is. I would have been caught probably outside of the gates if I was to escape. I couldn't make it to Cargo, let alone this small walk, which is on the GPS only 3 minutes if you're using main roads. But he didn't use any main roads. He was going through hiking and using this terrain to his advantage. But this is the first time that we're able to get any kind of access to what I would call, I guess, the final perimeter. I reached out to the state police yesterday to make sure that they cleared everything and they had no crime scene, so to say, set up so we don't get in the way. Hold a second, let me wait for Hung. But so you guys can sort of see the silos through these trees. We didn't make it too far yet. We're no Cavalcante, but we're in the right direction. So we're gonna head up, try to retrace his steps to the best that we can. Obviously, we're not gonna climb trees or swing from the vines over here, but keep in mind this is the terrain that law enforcement was dealing with, and a lot of, I mean, thousands of people were kind of criticizing law enforcement if they didn't live in this area, obviously, saying that they could have caught him in 2 days. I mean, if you just look around you, that's very unrealistic. And this was toward the final moments of the manhunt where he kind of came out into the open a lot more. Had he gone to French Creek, that would have been a major issue. When he went to Longwood, that was a major issue because it's very similar to this, the terrain that he was playing hide and seek in for the better part of 2 weeks. See an old mug. Can you imagine if he was drinking coffee on the run? But the best way to give everybody a perspective of what law enforcement had to go through is obviously to revisit the final steps. Maybe we'll do one at Longwood as well after. I'll reach out to them. I'm sure they would be happy to have us, but it'd be cool to kind of get through to the final part of his little escape, this is actually kind of cool because unless he went, I'm not saying he walked on this path, but I mean, I'm sure he went through the brush, but then again, he was very desperate. He knew they were onto him at that point. And I believe that's Littles, I can see. Let me make sure. But this was during his most desperate moments. He had the gun. He was trying to get away. And that's a little bit interesting. So Littles was pointed up this. But if we look straight, well, that's too late to turn back. We're basically on route. GPS obviously doesn't find escaped prisoner routes. Those are much more difficult to recreate. Cavalcante wasn't using a GPS. He was on foot. Make sure something doesn't pop out of that. And next thing you know, we turn into a scary movie. All right, let's keep going. Cool. So, for those of you guys that are just joining, we started over at Lundale Farms, which is where Cavalcante was seen. And you can kind of see through the brush. Well, actually, you can see the, maybe you can't, but I can see straight where my finger is. That's a silo right there where Cavalcante was seen in the open. Let me just make sure that it looks like a business address that we're headed towards. So if you live here, feel free to DM me and let me know that you're here. Maybe you can pop out and show us a different route, but so far here's what we have. And let's see if this is Littles. Let me double check on another map just in case. Sometimes Google plays games. Yeah, cool. So this is Littles, actually. So this is where he then approached to open one of the back doors. Let me make sure I have the coordinates in for his actual capture. But 1 second, guys. Bear with us. Service here is terrible, but I'm shocked that I haven't lost any reception. So again, we started at Lundale Farms, which is just through the brush, straight ahead. And if we proceed back here, we should see Littles. I don't want to. Looks like there's a little family outside. I'm not trying to show them, but we'll cut around a little bit. So let's walk up to Littles, which is, again, it's not far at all. Given the fact that this guy was so fast, I was kind of hesitant to trace his steps because we're not athletic by any means. But towards the end of it, it literally wasn't far of a run. Hong, you want to go talk to her and just let her know that? Let me mute this for a second. Cool. So again, we're about 0.2 miles from, and yeah, guys, I know it's hunting season. Hunting isn't allowed on these grounds, so to say. We're not going deep into the woods, but we're literally on the outskirts, which it looks like that's what Cavalcante might have done, given the fact that he made it from Lundale to Littles rather fast. maybe he stumbled across that little path that we just showed you guys. So these are the woods where he would have come out of uh, late or early that morning. And I don't quote me on the time, but it was sometime after 1 o'clock in the morning. So he would have came out of these woods and gone up to Little's. Let me just double check here, make sure that's not his little map. But you guys saw law enforcement descend heavily on this area. It's just a piece of styrofoam. And what's interesting, I want to take you guys to the back door at Little's so you can see that. And then I'm going to take you back to the coordinates right here where he was arrested. So we have the exact coordinates of where he was finally apprehended, which is actually, we're almost standing there. It's literally right back here. We'll revisit that in a sec. So where's Little's at from here? Check it out. I'm gonna mute this for a second, guys. Sorry, guys. 1 sec. I'm just talking to some locals. Give me a second, and then we're gonna show you Little's and then show you the spot. All right, guys. So I'm gonna show you Little's. So Cavalcante made his way up to this from the back where we just came from, those woods, and he tried to make entry It's one of these doors, possibly that one. Most likely that one, if there's not one on the side. I don't think it would have gone to the front of the building, but there is another door right over there. I'll show you. And this is little. So this is that it's like a local John Deere spot. I hear Little's has 13 or so locations. So shout out to Little's. Couldn't get a hold of you, but homeowners nearby are here, so we're all together. We're not going to touch the doors because they're alarmed. So that's a possibility that this one, obviously he didn't go to the front. So let's show you guys the back door, which is actually a couple hundred feet from where he ducked for cover. And that just shows how cocky he was at that point. He didn't want to go into the heavily wooded area anymore because he knew that they would be pushing. So he kind of went to the outskirts. And it makes you wonder if that's what he was doing the whole time, if he was just in the outskirts. And here's another door, which this door makes a lot more sense right over here because it's a direct line of where he ran. So we started at Lundale Farms, which is through the woods right here. And we walked through the woods, sort of, on the outskirts, but in them. And it led us right to the back of Little's. Cavalcante made his way from there to this door where a helicopter saw him trying to make entry, and also the alarm went off at the building. This is one of the burglary alarms that went off that night. So from here, he jumped down and proceeded over there. So let's go to the spot where they found him. Now the coordinates are from one of the helicopter pilots, so they're pretty on point. Let's see. So the coordinates take us to, let's make sure that the sound is on. Cool. So the woods are right here. Let's pull up the coordinates and go to this spot. So it's 397 feet from the doors where the coordinates are. We can go down to the coordinates. They're right over here. It's right over here. Let me mute this for a sec, guys. All right, guys, I'm gonna unmute. You guys are cool to talk. But so right here, we're going to the exact spot of where Cavalcante ducked for cover momentarily, and it would have been right through here. Let me see if there's another way around. Otherwise, I'll climb through. But let's see. So yeah, so the coordinates are showing straight through here. I can't tell if that's Charlotte's Web or if that's just a little bit of a haze, but I don't like spiders, so let's assume it's Charlotte's Web. Go over here. Okay, cool. So here we are. So this is, it says we're still a little bit away, but right over here. So we're standing in the pin that was dropped from the helicopter. So he was seen right in this general spot right here, give or take a few feet. But look, again, you guys can see that once he would have come up here, the brush is kind of crazy. It's actually right over, sorry, Google's not the best compass, apparently. Yeah, so right over here. This is the spot that he was ducking for cover before making his way to the wood pile back here. But I'm just double checking with law enforcement to make sure that that was the case. But this is the exact spot where the helicopter pinged him at, and they kept eyes on him until the other drones got back up. So Littles is, you can kind of see it through the tree line a little bit, but it's right there. So he would have literally jumped from the back door back down to here and come by. Somebody said look for a downed tree with moss on it. A downed tree with moss. Hong, do you see a downed tree with moss on it? Yeah, that. So, okay. Let's see if it's over here. That looks smaller. Or is this it?
This is it.
All right, guys. So let me double check the picture.
Yep, that's the moss.
All right. So yeah, this is. Can you see that picture again? Is that the same spot?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You guys can see. So it's right over here. Do we see any
I know.
signs of blood? I know it sounds a little wild, but and there's the creek right over here, and there are more trees right down here. And I can see that. I don't know if this is a new path or if this has been here. So he would have come again from this general direction where Lundale is and made it to here. We made it here in about 5 minutes. Obviously, we're not running for our lives, so I would say he got here maybe 2 or 3, depending on how quick he was moving. And let's just double check these branches or down trees. Okay, so yeah, that is the spot right over here, guys. We'll show you it again. You never know, maybe we'll find his little t-shirt. Yeah, this is it. Unless we're missing something, but it looks like we're right on point.
This is the leaf that right here.
So let's see if there's any signs of. So where let me see, the picture has some blood on the ground.
Right here.
And this, let's see. And again, guys, that's the picture. See if we find any artifacts, windows or something.
The dreadlock.
Yeah. I don't think they would clean up that well. Not quick.
Did it rain? I think it rained.
Yeah, it did rain a little bit. I guess in the comments, if you guys see something, call it out on YouTube, not on Twitter or Facebook, and I'm going to check the comments. So this is the coordinates that they pinged from the helicopter. So he was definitely, this is the only stump with moss on it so far. Let's see. The picture holding Yoda, let me check it out. I have it on my phone. Now let's wait until we make sure it's the right spot. But it's definitely in this. Sorry guys, I'm just checking. Let me check the group chat with law enforcement because they were sending a ton of pictures. Let's see the pictures they sent over. Yeah, this. Hold on, I'm gonna mute it for a second.
I'm just trying to line the moss up.
Yeah, that's what. So guys, we're just trying to compare the photos. But I just texted law enforcement and they said that these are the coordinates, so we're definitely in the right spot. But I want to see if there are any signs of Cavalcante or the struggle that the signs of struggle before the arrest. So give me a sec.
There should be blood on the tree. Unless it washed off.
It looks heavier. The moss definitely looks heavier. No, we would be able to see. Yeah, we would see dark stains.
Right, but that's not it.
I was going to say how many down trees can there be, but there are quite a few, so we'll check them out. See if there's any other identifying marks. There's a vine.
It was at least and more. So a lot of it could be transported.
Here's a better shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one, but that's higher definition.
Now where's that on this? That's so here's the picture, but we're trying to find some identifying features. The exact coordinates are straight here, so let's see. Maybe there's another down tree. This is a little bit off from the coordinates over here. Let's hope there are no snakes that pop out. I don't like spiders. I definitely don't like snakes. That's weird. So they're saying that's correct. Law enforcement. No moss. They're saying that that was the right spot. That's the right spot. But I can't see any marks. They're saying that that was it. And those of you guys that are just joining us, so we went to Lundale Farms, went from Lundale to Little's, and then right out back of Little's, trying to find the exact spot. So the coordinates take us right to here. So it has to be this tree. And I sent a photo of the spot we're in to law enforcement, two individuals that were at the scene, and they're both saying this appears to be it, but I'm not convinced until I see some kind of a mark similar to those in the photos. Let me send another text over. Bear with me. I'm sending out text messages. But yeah, so far, this does look like what they're saying it is. They being law enforcement, but I don't see any sign of. So there's a vine that kind of comes down, and I don't see the vine unless they cut it, which I doubt. So give me a sec. I'm just trying to get the exact. So they're saying this is the exact, but somebody's saying across the creek. Should we check right across that creek, I guess? I don't know. I don't think
It's towards the left. This is it.
check for the dried vines. Well, we're in the woods, so dried vines are pretty much everywhere, guys. Just give me a second. If we had Yoda, this would be a lot easier right now. Was it before the creek? Sorry, I'm texting law enforcement to clarify, make sure. Here's my pin. Let's send them our location. We're playing like location games now. So directly behind us, that's Little's, where he tried to make entry and the alarm went off. He went back toward the woods, which we are in right now. And then you'll see the wood pile that they brought him out from around of. So there does seem to be a path. I wouldn't say it's new though. That doesn't look like it's a new path, does it? No, that's been there for some time. I'll run over. Let me see. Yeah, that's, yeah. So that's not the right log. Give me no. That's not the right one. No. Yeah, they said that's not the right one. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get some clarity. Let me send a picture of the creek over. See if this rings a bell. But yeah, that's not the right log. That's interesting. So it's possibly on that side of the creek. Let's see. It looks like there's a piece. Yes, yeah, different log. But we're in the immediate area, so the log has to be here somewhere. Does that look like a little bridge so I don't have to get soaked?
Is it that
It might be. Let's see if we can, without getting wet, sneak over. Did you guys just walk through? Alright, I guess I'll do that too. I'm trying not to get wet, but whatever. If they're doing it, tag along. Ooh. They just walk right through it?
They tipped over the stones.
Uh,
Are you guys heading all the way up there?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because nobody looked wet on this.
No, they didn't.
If anything, we should search around here more.
That's what I'm thinking, because the exact coordinates take us to right behind us.
Right.
So here's the exact. So we would be right where we came from. Does that look like anything? No. They saved me the little trip. Cool. So literally, it's
Over there, but that's not even open. Like they had to get through there. It would be open just from them.
straight through. Let's see. I feel like Christopher Columbus over here. Let's see. So, alright, we come through this. We're going to make a left up here. Now, this makes more sense since it's covered more. Let's see if we can not get tangled up in spider webs.
I hate spiders.
Yeah, I hate spiders. Oh, I feel like we know each other. Oh. So here's another log that we're heading closer to. Much smaller. So I don't think it's this. It's up one of the banks. Oh, thank you. It's not very specific. It's bizarre. It keeps telling us it's back there. That's not. Here's what he says. You want to see this? You see if you guys recognize. It's up by one of the banks.
Well, that would be up by one of the banks.
But on this side of the bank, I'm assuming he means?
I think you need to ask them if they went through the water.
Yeah, let's see.
Because that didn't seem visible in the photos.
Did you guys go through the water? Sorry, bear with us. I'm just sending. No, they didn't confiscate the log. It's still here somewhere. Up one of those banks. I'm waiting to see. I don't think they went through the water either. But
I think they sprayed it. It's a biohazard. They got rid of it.
they might have. But these are all great hiding spots. Like look up, the helicopter's not going to see through this stuff.
What kind of dog do you
All right, well, let's double check as we go toward the coordinates again, because the coordinates seem pretty on point because we followed them and there was a log sitting there, which is a weird coincidence, but somebody said, hold on, they might have gone through the water. Let me just double check. It's shallow. But as I'm waiting for that response, we'll double check this. There are a lot of down trees out here, guys, so it's bizarre, but it's also the fact that the coordinates literally took us to a log. That's just crazy. All right, so it's saying here is where there was a ping. Hmm. I'm standing on the pin of one of the two pins. I'm just gonna clear this spot. I feel like I'm doing a sweep, and then I'll come up your way. All right. Um, so this looks like it was disturbed. And right here, when you come out, that's littles right there. So we're gonna keep looking for this exact log, which says it's in, sorry, this general spot right here. Let me put on um, satellite. Okay, so here is where we are. I thought that was law enforcement. So we, looking in this direction is where it says it is. So let's walk in that direction again. So if we, so they're literally standing in it. So let me go back to them. When we entered the woods, the log was right there. Let me enter it in the same spot we came out then. All right. So here's, looks like kind of freshly stepped on. Over there it doesn't, but let's see. Not this. So we're back at the other log that we believed it was. Just right here. I guess let's look closely for any identifying features. And even if they cleaned the log, a couple of guys that work for the Philadelphia crime scene unit are saying that we would still see some dark red. Even like, no matter what they used to clean it, there would still be some dark red, which is not what I'm seeing on this log. But this log is a little bit off from, so we have two pins. The pin where he popped out of the woods, then this log is one of the pins, but I'm just not buying it yet. I'm waiting for a few more texts back, and I'm sending them like pictures because it'll bring back some memories, so they'll at least have an idea of the spot we're at. But they said it's right outside of the banks, which would be to our left. I'm waiting to find out if they crossed the water. It's across the creek. All right, I'll test it out. The stuff I do for you guys. I'm gonna go through without getting soaked. I hope. Oh, that was short-lived. I haven't done this since like second grade, so bear with me for a sec. Uh, Soaked. All right, let me throw this up here for a second so I can tie my shoes or boots, while we figure out if it's on this side of the creek or on that one. Obviously, Cavalcante doesn't have a problem getting wet. He was quite dirty, unable to shower, from our understanding anywhere. So I'm not used to getting wet. Let's see. Yeah, it was down the creek. That's what I thought. But on the banks. But let me see if they got back. We tried to avoid the creek initially, but it is what it is. I don't think that's it. You guys think that's it? So let's check that. Um, see if this looks like it. Oh, so they did go through the water, guys. Nobody texts me. But yeah, it does look like they went through this. And I think I'm seeing the vine. Hold on. Let me go on the other side. Because he would have been. I don't want to get disgusting Cavalcante blood on me. Hopefully it dried. Let's see. No, that log is on the ground where they caught him. This one's kind of up. You guys can see the gap. Pull up the better picture. So I'm trying to. If any of my law enforcement sources are watching, obviously text Hong and let me know that I'm either far off or rather close. Um, so we do have the ping from the helicopter, the two of them. One is right where he exited from, which is straight through here. Um, and then the other one is where there's a downed trunk, but that trunk doesn't have the same identifying features as the one shown in all of the photographs. But let's triple check this one just in case there's anything that shows any kind of struggle. And again, there was like a splatter of blood on the floor as well. And in this, the log is way too high up. Or the trunk, or whatever you want to call it, the down tree. Let's check just in here. In the event it's back here. Now the other log, I don't get why he would give up so easily and stand by that. Because that was way too close. Unless he literally ran and ducked for cover. That was just way too close to believe, given we've kind of learned a little bit about Cavalcante in the past few weeks, and we saw how kind of meticulous he was. So I don't know why he would go to a log that close. Yeah, he was crawling, kind of like a soldier, army crawling. Let's see if I just don't see any identifying features on this either. Obviously, point it out in the comments if you got on YouTube if you guys see something that I'm missing. This one makes more sense though. Like if I put myself in his prisoner's shoes, um, this just seems more realistic than the other one. So I'm trying to look at the photos as well to compare. So what I'm looking for really is, you guys can see the splat of blood stain right there where his face is, and around it with a little bit of moss. This one makes more sense because you can kind of burrow yourself in. I don't know if you guys can see, you can kind of burrow in here. Even if it rained, there would still be dark red, some dark red splatter underneath the moss, or not underneath the moss, like underneath them. Like for example, it would be like kind of like right here. So we're looking for some blood splatter. If Yoda wasn't in El Paso, maybe we can borrow him to show us. But not gonna happen. There's another trunk here, but that one's a little bit high up. And I don't see this one intertwining with another one. Again, I'm literally using kind of this as some guidance. All right, let's see. Standing still is not going to help. So are we ruling this one out for now? Obviously, put it in the comments. Grapevine growing straight out next to the log. Okay, yeah, that's exactly. So there's no vines over here. Oh, there are vines. Should we rule this one out? Okay, no blood here. So we'll rule this one out for now. And now I'm not going to want to leave until we find this damn log. So, yeah, it's not this. And just to put it in perspective, here's where we are. Let me pull it up so you guys can see our exact spot. And you guys, there will be blood, at least a little bit. So here's where we are. Let me get out of the sun. So that's Little's. That's where he came out of and popped his head back in toward the woods. So we are in the immediate area, which means, I mean, it's here somewhere, but it's not this. Because you can kind of tell, unless they took the photo from this angle, but then you would still see, because you guys can see there's a lot of brush behind these guys. But somebody sent a photo. Let me see if I can pull it up myself instead of a screenshot. Somebody sent a photo of them going through the woods, or I mean, through the creek. Let's see. Let me ask this person. Capture. see, you guys can see in this picture, they go through some water, which I'm assuming is that Beaver Creek right behind us. It's right here. So they would have, but you guys can see they kind of crossed over. Yeah, there's tall grass where they came out of. So let's check. How the heck did I get on this side of the, well, I'm no survivalist, so let's hope I'm retracing the correct steps, which I believe we came. Let me double check. That's why I need a GPS. I would not make it out in these woods. So we are, yeah, we have to travel back, and so straight ahead is where Littles is. So again, within this little region, it doesn't help that there are so many down trees. And then again, look at how, if it's this hard for us to find an exact spot, put yourself in law enforcement's shoes when they were looking for him for weeks and stuff like this. I mean, I hardly made a dent by going into these woods, and I'm just on the outskirts. These guys were, and girls were inside. Here's the green. So now let's check that picture. Boom, boom. Okay, so this is the spot where they moved from. You can see how it forks kind of, and then you guys can see that here. There's that little body, and then it kind of splits. Boom, boom. You guys see that? So like we are right there. So then we have about 4 options. Here's one. Doesn't look like it because we would have noticed that. So we're going to mark this one out. And here's the next one. But this one seems a little bit too tall. I don't know. Let's check. Because it looks like we should be able to see a good chunk. But let's just double check. So you guys agree that this right here, I'm going off of YouTube chat. You guys agree that this is this, right? You guys see what I mean? Or no? Would you agree that this right there is this? Okay, so we're on the right side then, because he's in custody at this point. So that means that they did get him on this side. Yeah, so if they straight where they were going is Littles. Littles is literally right there where they did that group shot. This doesn't see the way they took this picture would have been right here. So I mean, I think I'm in the spot where the guy took the photograph of them crossing. It's the name of the business, Little's John Deere. I believe that I'm in this spot. Turn left and walk the water. But they had him in custody at this point. So he was in custody at this point. This log ends like right over there. Where does it begin? And this is where it begins. So it's not this one. Turn around straight. You think that's high grass? No, guys. It looks just like this. Look. So we're gonna go back this way. I'm in the same spot where they got the picture of him, I think, leaving, not the picture of him by the actual log. So turn right into the brush. Okay. Through this? Should we go in a little deeper and then make a right? Hold on. This is gonna get interesting. Let me make sure my hat is on the right way because I don't want a spider to hop up in here. All right, cool. So here we go again. So this is me walking straight into the brush, and that's what I'm looking for is trampled underbrush, which it appears to be everywhere, guys. I mean, this looks kind of trampled. Like this looks very trampled, but this doesn't look like the spot. Unless he was literally. So I see somebody said to look for something that has a hole in it. I see a little log with a hole in it. And we're doing this in broad daylight with no, we basically have an idea of the spot. So, I mean, everything just looks so identical. Give me a sec. Let me go through photos. So they've got this. Yeah, like once we see it, we're going to see it. Danelo, Cavalcante, Yoda. That's the best way to pull that up real quick. So Yoda had him right over here. Let me zoom in on some of these pictures around Yoda and see if we can find any identifying features. Yeah, they've got every angle, so this is cool. So we'll be able to see. Hold up. Make sure I put it on Do Not Disturb so I don't get a text message from them as we're looking. That would be quite ironic. Alright, so that's them coming out. Here's the first one. I mean, these are the pictures that I'm looking at, so it's basically the same stuff that you guys have access to at this point. So let's see. Alright, they had 3 or 4 leaves coming out. And a ton of brush. The problem is even in the background, it's kind of impossible to tell exactly. I mean, we're gonna find it. That's what we're here for. We're not leaving. But let's keep. There's a brown stick coming up in the ground in front of the log. Yeah. All right, so let's clear this area out. We can basically play SWAT right now and clear out areas that don't match up. And right now, this might be the next area we're gonna check. No, this isn't it, guys. Well, not that we know of yet. Wait till we find something to confirm it. This doesn't, but I mean, it does look kind of like a comfortable little spot, considering he was running for his life. But I'm just not seeing anything at this specific log. So there should be vines coming out. Not just one, a few of them. Which we have here. We have some vines, but they're not the same vines. So let's see. Give me a sec. I'll make sure the battery's still good to go, so I don't have to charge. Okay, good. Okay. I don't have to plug in yet. All right, so it's possible that it's this one. I'm going to go through that little brush. But we should see, I mean, I do see disturbed ground here. A lot of stuff is stepped down on, and this doesn't look like your typical walking path. I don't see any blood yet. So let's clear this log after we check it out a little bit better. Son of a bad word. Uh, there's thorn bushes everywhere. So, all right, this doesn't appear to be it, but I'll document it just in case we end up going through this later and finding anything of interest. And I'm also looking around, not on the camera, like I'm looking around to see if I can. This looks like it. So does the other one and the other 6, but we should see something. At least a little something. It's a little red, dark red, almost like a dried, it looks like just a dried up red color. Because blood's not easy to get out, and somebody's saying this isn't the right bark. No. Yeah, you couldn't pay me like the salary these guys and girls get to be on the tactical team. They all need a pay raise if you would expect. I mean, I would never, unless it would have to be some crazy. I mean, I'm sure it's exciting. They're doing it because they love it, but this is definitely not what local cops, I think, signed up for if they were part of it. Um, Send me tag me on Twitter, Nick the Hat, with pictures, and I can go through my Twitter and check. I'm pretty sure I have like 40 pictures, but this just doesn't seem like the spot. Now here's, I don't want to say disturbed ground, but it's worth checking out as long as I don't get attacked. Well, Cavalcante is caught, so he was really the only thing we were worried about. Ta-da! Is this it? Well, protected by thorn bushes. So, give me a sec. Does this look any better? You guys want me to go in there, of course. Um, does this look any better? I just don't remember it being this congested. And the area around this isn't really that disturbed, but there are some pretty cool. I should have brought. We stopped at Home Depot. I should have grabbed like trimmers to cut. This isn't it. To cut these little son of a thorn bushes. But let's see. How creepy. There's like a little cave that he probably could have crawled into if he didn't get sloppy. But then again, he couldn't see this at night. So you can't blame the idiot. Um, yeah, the bark doesn't look the same. But again, you just never know, so let's check. And there's some dark markings, but that doesn't look like... Let me go on the other side. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to the other side of this, guys. There's a lot of thorns. But I don't see this being the spot because the amount of thorns that are around Yoda, if you look at the photos of Yoda, let me put this over here for a second so I can tie my shoe. If you look at the pictures of Yoda, I don't see any thorns. Correct me if I'm wrong, check, but I don't see thorn bushes like in Yoda's eyes. So, I mean, he would have gotten hit quite a bit, and I'm sure they would have cut this stuff down, or at least like chopped it up so that way they can, once they had him in custody and they were searching for any belongings, which they did search for his belongings. Let's get a better angle of this just in case. And once we find the spot, we've got something cool we'll put there so that way people know it's it. Now, backing out of this is going to be a B, you know what I mean? So let me try to back out of this spot and let's hit another one just in case we see another possible. God, you guys can tell I'm so not into nature. I mean, I like nature and all, but I'm not into the whole let me hike unless I'm running, I guess, on a manhunt. You couldn't get me to do this on the weekend if you paid me, unless we're at the scene of Cavalcante's capture. Those of you that are just joining us, we came from Lundale Farms where he was seen running past the silos into the woods toward Little's. He popped out of one of the locations, which we'll show you again. And yeah, I have a bug spraying off, but he popped out and then tried to get in to Little's. It didn't work, and he ran back toward the woods. And they sent me the pin of where he entered, which is where we entered. So, with that said, we're definitely on the right track. Let me see if anybody texted. Oh, I'm not worried about getting lost, I hope. But I don't think I'm worried about that. Yeah, so we have to look for like some identifying features are like somebody just pointed out, like cracks in the logs. Obviously the blood, a vine coming out of the ground. But the thing is the vine could have been chopped. Now that's the spot where we are if we turn right around this corner, which is why I don't think he was at that first log that we saw, because they went through the creek and that's the creek. So at that point they had him in cuffs. So they had pulled him out of this side. See, that's why I'm glad I wore jeans today and not shorts, because I would be bleeding. I don't know how he was able to get through this without cutting himself. Um, so on to the next log for now. And then we should probably just start numbering these damn things. I should have brought a big black Sharpie so we can number them. Now this one doesn't seem unrealistic, but let me see if there's any identifying marks. And there just aren't. And this doesn't seem like the same bark as the other one. You know, for my law enforcement sources that are watching this, and you guys were part of the manhunt, obviously we appreciate you. Next time, leave like a Wawa cup or something, so we can have an easier way to find the spot that you guys sent us. Because I appreciate you guys sending us the pin. We didn't realize there were going to be upwards of a dozen downed trees. We'll keep looking, and we would have seen that crisscrossing, you know, so that kind of takes that out. And the angle was, well, maybe we wouldn't have. So hold on, because the angle they took the photo would have been like this, but it was on that side. And I'm not seeing any. We're going to go back to the stream, like the water stream, but I'm not seeing any. Let me just double check. Yeah, this isn't it, because in the photo you can see a good hefty chunk of the log, and there's nothing crisscrossing it. So yeah, this isn't it. Cool. On to the next one. Sorry, I'm also texting people because I think Aries, make sure you're texting. Oh, you are. Okay. Make sure you're texting Hong. And if you want, call me on Hong's phone, and I'll put you on speaker as we continue this little adventure. This beats the cornfield Friday night. I'll give you that. The thousands of you that joined us to watch a cornfield. And from what I'm understanding is we might have made a few fraternities kind of angry at Westchester, because a lot of girls obviously like true crime, and for some reason they thought this was more of a true crime kind of story. So they spent their weekends watching cornfields and a cone named Eileen instead of going out when school was canceled. So apologies to you guys, but it is what it is. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that, because a lot of you guys are DMing me. So this is where they came out of. Yeah, it's a shame that a cornfield is more interesting to them than the frat parties. It's kind of funny. And the parties at Westchester are rather big, you know, so they're kind of cool. But anyway, all right, Aries, I'm going to check. And if you're local, feel free to come. We're at Little's. Don't go to Lundale. We have permission to park there, but we're not turning that into a party. So if you're going to come, park at Little's, and you'll find Hong lurking in the back, I'm assuming, because I don't see him from here, but he's with some locals. But anyway, yeah, cornfields are very fun. Let me check my text. So then just for a cool little note, I have a couple of emails out with Customs and Border Patrol. So you guys that have been watching this from the beginning, you guys know we didn't want to get interviews with anybody. Not that we didn't care for them, but that's not our forte. So the only interview that we are willing to do, and it's kind of funny because it looks like Customs are trying to arrange it, is an interview with Yoda. Because the way I phrased it to them is we'll probably get more out of Yoda than we did from the lieutenant colonel at the press conference, and they thought that was kind of funny. So we're working on getting Yoda to sit down with us, either on Zoom or in person, which will be kind of cool to have the little guy join us on camera. But if anything, we'll get more answers out of Yoda than we will from the press conference. But I'm going to call somebody. I'm calling a mod, so just so you know, you're probably going to be on live. I'm not going to mute it for this.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Hey, just you're on the live. I'm thinking because I didn't mute it, but so
Yeah,
we're looking at the creek. I have 2 pins from law enforcement. One of them is where he exited, which is straight ahead through the water, and they brought him out up there. And then the other one was to a log, but that's not the log. So I don't know.
Right.
I'm thinking the helicopter might have seen him at that spot, and that's why they sent us that pin, but it's not the correct log that he was photographed. So what are you saying?
Well, one of the things I'm noticing is, like I was saying in the photo there, it's like half of the log is buried in like grass or moss there.
So is
Like,
it? It's not this one, is
the
it? The
last
one right
photo that I was
behind
saying,
me. It's not going to be this or that, right?
you said what?
In the photo, you can see a good chunk. I would say
Yeah, but
from
what I was
there,
saying is
like where I'm
the
pointing at,
other end
all
of
the
the
way.
log is also buried too, like in the grass.
Yeah, but there's a hefty amount of it out.
Yeah, but I'm saying
How
that's
many
how you
guys?
would define which, like, help you define which one it is by looking at the grass, like how it covers the log as well.
Yeah, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 guys on one side of it that you can see in the picture standing, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 on the other side, and they're kind of spread apart. So it gives us the idea of how large, at least, it should be, give or take.
Right. So what I would do is, like, because based on the photo, right, like how you had it standing there at the creek, like I would kind of basically just walk the opposite way because they're gonna have to cross that creek to bring him up through Littles.
Let
You
me
know what
see
I
if
mean?
I can get somebody. Yeah, you're right. Well, they went through the creek to get him to
Like,
Littles.
I would
But let me
basically line
call.
up with Littles and cross the creek, lining up with Littles. You know
This
what I mean?
is lining up directly with Littles.
Right.
That path right there goes straight out to Littles. But let me call somebody that was on the case and see if they have a little bit of info instead of texting. But yeah, call me back if I pass something.
All right, cool. Yeah.
All right, see ya.
Okay.
Bye. I'm gonna mute this after somebody answers. I just want to see if they answer. Obviously, I'm gonna mute it.
Yo. One of the officers slipped, and he was basically he tripped on a wood pile, on a log, basically.
Okay, so it's probably over there. But I sent you a picture of the bank in case this looks like it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
It's like a log that's up the bank a little bit. Yeah, but did you find the wood pile and everything?
The wood pile, yeah, that's right out back of the big wood pile is right up.
And
Yeah.
by the way, I saw
Yeah, I just noticed. So some of it was unmuted, but it's okay. The manhunt is over, but I was able to catch it quick enough. So okay, so they did. So Cavalcante did come through this. He did come on this side. Hong, he did come on this side, and the photos of them taking him in are they come down this with him in handcuffs, and they go up that way. So it's definitely on this side. And from what he says is Cavalcante was last seen at a large tree in the air, and then from there he darted across Beaver Creek, which we just went across, and came on this side of the creek. So this is the disturbed ground, I'm assuming, of where they. But this looks like it's been disturbed for ages, so I'm not going to assume anything. Let's see. Now it's not this one, unless I hop over and go further up, which is what I'm going to do. He said I'm going to have to go through brush. So that's a fact. I'm going to have to go through the brush. So I'm waiting for Hong to catch up. You want to see the photos? One sec. Let me just show Hong what we're dealing with. So here's the pictures of where they grabbed them. So like you can see, you're standing where they walked through, which is right. But they said we're going to have to probably go through some brush. So I'm going to go through. There's another log up here and there's one up here, but he didn't get far past the creek. That's not it. I know. Oh, yeah, don't put the flag, the thing. Yeah, grab it. All right, you have the other one? We'll grab that one on the way. Joining us? I don't know. No. Oh, okay. Bring her out. Or no? Oh, all right. Cool, guys. So, let's see. I'm waiting for Hong to catch up. And we'll be in this general spot if you want to grab her. We'll wait for you. We really don't care. Oh, yeah, I had to climb. So put one leg over. And, yeah, basically, because there's a hard spot. So you'll see. Talking about going into the story. We're literally going into the same spots. Here, you want me to? All right, you good. Cool. Yeah, so you guys can see it's like a wild terrain back here. All right, so here's the next log that I found, but again, everybody's saying this one isn't it, and I'm inclined to believe you guys. So he says we must go through the brush. So that's what we will do. So let's see. Yeah, I hope there's not poison ivy. I'm sure there is, but that would suck. So here's the next branch or tree stub, but this one doesn't look right because it doesn't leave enough space for 4 officers here, 4 there, and Yoda here. Possibly, but I'm just not buying it. This one isn't it, but it's on this side of the creek, so we're making moves. And if you want, maybe look on that side too, if there's anywhere to go. And if you see something, just yell, and I'll come over your way. Try to kill multiple. Any down tree you see with moss, call me over, so that way I can show these guys. Oh, wait a second. Maybe we're onto something, guys. No, we're not. I think we saw this already. So that's the one with the thorns. Okay. It's not going to be this. Because you would see this a lot more disturbed. So it's not this log. That one's out. If anybody knows the area better, feel free to comment. I'll share you the texts I have with law enforcement in person that give us a little bit of a sense of direction. If you're a nature kind of guy or girl. Here's the photos that I'm referring to. And feel free to scroll. But if you look behind you, there's a thorn bush in front of me. But if you look behind you, you'll see that crossing. You see what I mean? So that crossing is very, I mean, it's the same thing. So like, look at how it is.
Yeah.
And if you can see how it cuts and then the pathway.
Interesting.
You don't think this is it?
It's not. They're saying it's a different kind of bark. These people are very keen to
Do you
detail.
have the photo?
So the photo, you can keep scrolling. There should be a bunch. You can scroll left and right.
It should be in this area.
It's so it, what they said is if it's not this one, to walk up the bank a little bit and cut in a little more.
Right.
But
So
it's in the immediate area. We're in the immediate area.
So that looks like this is kind of hollowed out, right?
Yeah, and there's
One, so.
cracks.
Right.
And then we should see, though it'll be very faint, the blood. We'll
The
see it.
blood should be there. I did get out of it.
Yeah. So there you guys go again. It'll be there. Should I go through that? Let me put my sleeves down.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me throw these down. No, there's no. It'll be slightly disturbed, he said, from where they. But then they basically ravaged the section he was in. Sorry, guys, I'm putting my sleeves down real quick. Let me throw this up here. Yeah, there's a lot of thorns. Watch yourself. And this is crazy. I don't know how he was able to go through this kind of stuff without scratching himself up. And yeah.
Like his face looks clean. I mean, the blood, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah, and when he went, even for those weeks and he spent in the woods, he had clean sneakers.
I would be like,
He looked like he slept very well.
Yep.
No, I mean, I didn't see any. I'm sure he has ticks, I would hope, unless he's. Yeah, he might have ate the ticks. All right, so that's it. So let's maybe follow the bank a little bit. And I'll make sure I don't show you on camera. We're here with a local, guys. And you guys know how we are with locals. We don't show them out of respect. Are you able to get back this way? Yeah, there's thorns everywhere, so watch. Yeah, I'll grab his stuff. But what's interesting is this is the angle that they walked out of. Here, let me hold your hand so you don't go flying. You sure? Oh, okay. Just be careful. But I don't see how they would be able to jump down this, unless they threw him down and said, we'll get you in a second because you're cuffed. Nah, I should be good. No, that's not it either. Here, I'll come down a little bit, and then I'll switch off. I'm going to hold. Well, let me get down, and then I'll grab the camera from you. I'm going to grab this guy. Cool. Oh, that's disgusting. Okay. All right. Well, that is nasty. Here. Now watch because you sink over here. But that's all hard ground. Now over here is going to be a lot of mud. Your best bet is to slowly come down, hold lean and touch this. And guys, the terrain here is so wild that it's like, I mean, yeah, we're not outdoors people, but no, come closer so that way.
I'm gonna jump.
No, don't do that. Literally, that's all you can step. Like if you go slow.
I went that way.
All right, let me. Because I don't want to see you fly. All right. I gotta switch batteries anyway. You want me to grab you? There we go. Yeah, I got wet too, so welcome to the party. It wouldn't be a manhunt unless we're soaked.
I think it's over there. You think?
Let's see. Cool. Thank you. All right, guys, so we're back on. And if you want to put this in my backpack? Because it's dead anyway. Oh, sorry, guys. All right, so we're going to try to follow the bank up a little bit. Is it in?
Yeah.
All right. So they said let's follow the bank. Let me grab this. All right, cool. So, all right. So this was the first one that they said is not it. So they came from out here, and they came through this, and you guys can see that this is all stomped on. So the photograph that we showed you came out from this spot. Let me grab my water. Can you stick it just in my backpack just in case I see something? I'll throw it over there. Let me grab my water bottle. So you're looking at the area where they took the photograph of them. It appeared that they brought them out from right. I don't want to advertise the water, but they came out from right over there. And they said also look for wood piles. They weren't referring to the wood pile at Little's. They're referring to a wood pile in here, which there is one right there. So hold on, there's a wood pile right here, and this looks kind of disturbed. So is this where that wood pile is? No, none of that wood has any moss on it.
So like where he was climbing and the pile,
Did you see the pictures
of wood?
from him? Here. Here's the pictures that they just sent. So we just came from right there. Is that right here behind you? And that's him in handcuffs. Let me see if I can get further down this a little bit. Look at this. I'm getting. It's all right. Luckily, it's hot out, and unlike Cavalcante, I can shower, so I'm not too concerned about the gross, wet feeling. All right, so here's another little pathway. I'm just scoping it out to see if this is realistic. Because if you guys look at the picture, it's there, right? Did you give me back the phone?
But the problem is all that is a dead end.
And keep checking for text. You can't because you've got the gloves on, so I'll grab it from you. So we're also texting. And this just shows you how hard it was for them. If
You could
I'm
probably
sending them photos of the spots we're in, and they're kind of navigating us left and right, but they said it's. Let's try that. Because they said walk it. Son of a gun. At this point, I'm soaked. So I really don't care. Let's check this. The sounds it make, my boots make when they go into this mud is literally disgusting. Literally the grossest thing. Sounds like a mush. No, so up towards Little's is not where they got him. He was handcuffed coming from this side of the banks to that side. So he was photographed on this side in handcuffs. So it's not realistic that they would catch him over there, bring him across the water, and then loop around and come out. That's just not realistic at all. They did cross Beaver Creek. That's fact. Now that looks like a big mama tree down. Let's see. It semi looks disturbed. God, I feel like we went from Brian Eaton to Steve Irwin in the past couple of days. A drone won't do any good. The FBI drones didn't do any good, except at night. You guys can see, like, look up. And that's the thing. That's why I kept telling you guys that it's so hard to see. Like, look at the brush. And this is one of the spots that doesn't have as much brush. I do see a downed log behind the big mama over here. Let's see if that. So behind this one, there's a few of them. Let's hope that. Tell me that this is the only way to cross, because this is going to suck. Okay. You know, he definitely chose. He got lucky. Um, there's no way he knew what the hell he was doing that late at night. And he was on his knees and shit stuff. Sorry. He was on his knees and whatnot. Now that's interesting. So remember when we were at that house on Fairville, and the resident showed us the FBI in his backyard, and he said that he was certain that Cavalcante was back there because he saw what appeared to be eyeballs, and then he found a styrofoam cup. And here is a styrofoam something shredded up, which I'm wondering if that's from Cavalcante. And I'm only saying that because of the homeowner showing us the styrofoam cup that they found in his backyard, and he had a very clean backyard. It's the kind of family that if you leave something out back, you're probably not going to go out for a week. He was a very strict and good father when it came to his landscaping. So when they found those cups in his backyard, he said, "That's not for my kids, 100%," which is something that the FBI also took seriously when searching. But please tell me there's going to be another way to get over this. So there's a TikToker, I think, named Gabby. Anybody know Gabby? Gabby, if you're watching, can you DM one of my mods, and then you guys can give Gabby, I think her name is Gabby. Let me check. No, not Gabby. I'm sorry. Hold on. Olivia. If Olivia is watching, can you go on YouTube and say it's you, and the mods will DM you or whatever, and then you guys can give Olivia my cell and also Hong's cell, because Olivia navigated this area a couple of days ago. I'm not sure if they wound up finding the spot, but it would be definitely helpful. So Olivia, if you're watching, please send over your info, so that way. No, so that first log was before the water. I mean, we'll go back to that log, but there's a chance before I jump this dam. Now this is what they needed for a perimeter, because I'm not getting. I know a car wouldn't be getting through this, but nature made its own perimeter, so to say, back here. All right, I'm gonna have to show you guys how unathletic I am and go jump this damn thing. So give me a sec. Let me just make sure that's worst case scenario before I. Yeah, Olivia, if you're watching, hit up the mods and they're gonna put you in contact with me right now, so you can like call me. And guys, don't make 1,000 fake Olivia accounts and DM. That's just gonna slow everything down. All right, I found a little thing I can hop over. All right, cool. Now I knew when law enforcement was telling me how difficult it was. I mean, they were sending me photos from in the woods that they were searching, and obviously I couldn't share those photos, so I was trying to narrate for you guys at the time of the search and tell you the difficulties. Now I'm seeing them firsthand, and this doesn't look like we're getting any closer. And it's not this, right? It's not this. But you never know. So let's check around it. They did tell me I have to go through brush, almost crawl, which is, this one's just way too big, guys. I don't know. This one's just way too big, but let's check. That's why you don't make assumptions. You never know. I'm like inspecting these little plants as I go through them, because I'm starting to realize which ones are these little bastards are thorns. Well, I'm realizing it about 10 minutes too late, because as we speak, I'm literally, you can tell, I'm a nature wimp. I don't like spiders, let alone whatever the heck is going to come popping out. Oh, all right, let me put this here. I got to make sure the backpack is good to go. Bear with me. Let me take this mic off so I'm not sitting on a stupid microphone, which was for the other camera. We got another angle just in case we see something that we can have a better chance of zooming and photographing. One sec, guys. I didn't realize we were going to be in the Brazilian forests out here in Chester County. I'm only calling them the Brazilian forest because that's what they call it, Cavalcante. Give me a sec. All right. Cool. This backpack started off on the trip weighing like 3 pounds, and I think it's up to like 30. All right, let's check in case I got a text, which I haven't, so we're good. All right. my luck, I'm going to step in Cavalcante's crap, which would be something disgusting. Whether it's an animal or human. I'm not trying to smell like that. But the struggle is real. So, guys, we are somewhere in the area where they photographed Cavalcante with Yoda. There are a lot of downed trees, but for those of you that are just joining, we went to Lundale Farms with their permission and walked you guys from Lundale to Little's, which was only about a 4-minute walk, and I'm slow, so he would have made it there a lot faster. And from Little's into the woods where he ran. So law enforcement sent me a pin, and there is a log at that pin, but it's just not the right one. Let me see. And then they also sent us a pin of and Olivia, if you're watching, go on my Twitter. Let me see if you did, because you might have. All right, cool. So a lot of locals are starting to send me. So one local says that the tree looks like it was down, and he does this as an example. He sends that, and then he says that you can kind of see, let me see if I see the similarities. So it's nearby the root. So it's not going to be in this direction. It would be at the beginning of this tree if it was this tree. Let me see. I'm sorry, I'm just texting Hong's number to anybody that's DMing me on Twitter. One sec. Okay, I see that. Split at edge of log. Don't see white flowers. So there's going to be a split at the edge of the log. Okay, we kind of noticed that, but it's good to note it. Oh, a lot of locals are letting me know about hunting season. Thank you guys. Yeah, we're hopeful that we're not in the way of any hunting, but let's see. There are power lines behind where you dumped it in. Followed north. Noticed a clearing on the left. Not house took rifle. Followed power lines. It's all about the power lines. Okay. Does I'm getting all of your tweets. I'm going through. Somebody said we walked through poison ivy. I just responded. Let's see. My face is everywhere, guys. If you guys just like, I mean, I've done a few interviews, like not interviews. I've hopped on a few YouTube lives just to help some streamers after the coverage. But let me see. Do you know Olivia's Twitter? If you guys know Olivia's Twitter, let me know so I can follow her. It doesn't help that I have 500 Olivias on Twitter. I've got very light blue on, like noticeably blue. So I'm very visible. Oh, that would suck, getting hit by a bell. Does anybody know Olivia's Twitter handle? Those of you that have been following, I think she's a TikToker. All right, the mods are going to look for it. Thank you, guys. And if we find the spot, we're going to place a little bit of a landmark there for others to be able to get here. So this doesn't look like it. So let me get out of this before Charlotte from Charlotte's Web comes running at me. She looks friendly in the movie, but I don't think tarantulas are that friendly in person. And I'm going to have to double check the backpack because I swear I hear it unzippering, which is true. So give me a sec. Oh, isn't that funny? That's a little landmark we brought. But let's see if we can get out of the brush and back to the creek. Had I known this was going to be such a wild recap, probably would have made my way out into the woods before I went live, but it's okay. You guys like to be part of the little whatever we want to call this manhunt after the manhunt. Tracy, you got to make sure that we don't out too much. But we're going to do a little bit of a one step for man, one for mankind when we find this spot, because this guy is the hide and seek champion of 2023. Hell, maybe even longer. But this is not it. So, back. I hope that was a frog. All right, I'm going to throw this up here so I can amateurly try to. Oh, hell no. That's nasty. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm not as flexible as Cavalcante is, so I'm not sure if prison made him flexible or if he was just that good, but give me a sec. And again, I'm not on the run for murder, so I don't have that same adrenaline as he had, although I am very interested in where this little cockroach. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, God. That was nasty, sorry. Ew. What the heck was that? All right, well, that's the problem with being live. You guys see it all in real time. So whenever I see something disgusting, ew. Okay, we'll be back to this log when I have backup because I am not trying to get whatever the hell that stuff is everywhere. I need to go get myself an outfit for this kind of area. But again, I'm not saying the styrofoam is related, but it's interesting because we were the only ones that spoke with somebody that called the police for a Cavalcante spotting where the FBI responded with the tactical teams and swept the woods near Mendenhall. And one of the pieces of evidence they collected was a styrofoam cup. And there's styrofoam here, but I don't see why he would shred it. So who knows? But then again, this isn't like I'm not from here, but I don't know if high school kids come out here to drink this far into these weird little. I mean, I would believe it if it's like the outer skirts of it, but we're slowly getting deeper into like no man's land. So I highly doubt. I'm coming. So they're calling me over there where there might be a log. And of course, I went to the worst possible spot. Like literally, I think this is going to go from serious coverage to almost comical by accident because I don't like bugs. So bear with me. And let me tell you, if a raccoon comes popping out, you guys are going to see some more action than you get at the Cavalcante thing. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not a fan of raccoons in the daytime, which I'm hoping we don't see one of them because that's not a good sign. So so Littles is right in front of us, right in front of us. And his run from Littles was very short-lived. Where did you come? Through this? Yeah, I can hear you, but where'd you come from? I'm back at where I started. Did you go further down? I mean, I can see something, but I don't think I can. I'm not certain. So keep that in mind, guys. We're going to find it, but given the fact that he's captured, there's no real rush. Although I thought we had it pretty tied in earlier. Did you guys go down more? Like, oh, great. Back to the creek. Oh, this sucks. I know for a fact that anybody who personally knows me and that are watching this, they're probably cracking up because I would never do this ill for anybody. But this is great, isn't it? I'd mute it for my commentary, but that's going to be too much work. So we're going to just, hopefully this doesn't get a good view of the tadpoles. How the hell? You guys are crazy. Like, there are no stepping stones. If anybody is in the, oh, that's disgusting. I don't even know what the hell those things are. Well, so much for not getting wet. This just turned into a literal. Okay. Fuck. Oh, sorry. If there's anybody young, I'm just gonna advise you right now. Some stuff's gonna slip if, like, word-wise, if I see something that's disgusting. I think I've done good so far. I am literally sick. I'm not Steve Irwin, so you guys are gonna have to give me a little. Where the hell did you? I know you guys did not do what I'm doing. I'm already halfway through the Atlantic at this point. Yeah, I'm halfway through. It would, yeah. So we're gonna. I don't know what route you guys took, but I think I'm gonna do the following from this point out. Hold on. Steve Irwin over here reporting live from the manhunt, looking for crocodiles. If you're saying watch out, that's some stuff because where? Oh, I'm not worried about mud anymore. That was like so 2 hours ago. It's all right. At this point, let's see.
Because this is the only area that looks like it's perfect.
All right, guys, here's another one. No, we would have seen that. So this isn't it.
is the only area that looks attractive.
Huh. No wonder it took them 6 hours after they knew where the hell he was, because they knew where he was and they just sent us the pin. And obviously, the pin is off a couple 100 feet in either direction. Um, oh, I've got combat boots on, but I don't think these are made for. Well, obviously they are, because I just did it, so it is what it is. This isn't it. The one that we saw first, again, we'll look at it. It's possible, but they went through the creek. So they wouldn't have taken him from that spot and then brought him through the water in a circle unless they wanted to see where he was. But I doubt that. I mean, that's just weird. They had him in handcuffs. Yeah, combat boots are made for combat, I guess, not going on water excursions. I was wearing Converses when this thing first started. So after I saw what we were dealing with, I switched it up and put boots, which was probably the best bet. Should we just go up that?
Let's go. Watch out though.
What is that?
What?
Nothing.
There's some crayfish in the.
Let me tell you, if I find a fish in my boot, none of these little things bite, I'm assuming, so. Oh, I better stop assuming, because we assumed a lot, and he was not at Longwood, but I think we were the only ones that made it pretty clear that at this point he's not at Longwood. So, hold on. There's a thorn in the bush. Hong's got the tactical gloves. I've got the. Obviously they're not tactical, given by the sound you just made. All right, guys, so let's go out of this spot. Okay. So that's Littles. That's Littles. And he came out from a path right over there. So, ew. And here's some. But I think there's going to be a lot of disturbed ground, because when they did the sweep, they were still looking for the spot. Let me check out this Olivia and see if she managed to get. And Olivia, if you have TikTok, I've never used it, but for some reason I have a lot of followers. Let me see if I can add it to. Well, if you use TikTok, you're gonna have to go through Home, because my TikTok, I'm not logged on his phone. I never used TikTok, but for some reason, there's like 15,000 of you that follow me on TikTok. I don't. I think any account with Nick the Hat, for some reason, got a lot of followers in the past week. I mean, yeah, this has definitely been interesting and fun for us, obviously for a lot of the community, but definitely interesting. So let's go to the spot again where they pinged him. They pinged him coming out from right here. This is where he was pinged. All right, you sent me a video. Oh, Olivia, there you are. Come on. How can I DM you? It's funny, like I'm the worst at responding to DMs, but I'm trying to DM this person. Hopefully, hold on. It's Nick. Can you text me? Sorry, guys. I'm reaching out to somebody else that was out here. And it's funny because obviously the FBI was watching her stream, which is why they said to hit her up as well, so she can help me. And it's funny because the FBI was watching a lot of streamers, especially those that came down to the ground, so they can have extra eyes during the whole thing, which is kind of cool. I have to return a lot of phone calls. I think I have one from the state police communications office. I don't know what they want, but I'll hit them up. It sounds like they're reaching out to a lot of streamers to thank them, which is kind of cool. I'm not a streamer, so it is what it is. Again, so that's Littles, and you guys can see see that little patio, whatever kind of thing. There's a bay door, and then right next to it, there's a door, and that's where Cavalcante tried to make entry in. I'm probably gonna have to use my account to DM this girl because she's probably wondering who the hell is this. Give me a sec. 648. Oh, cool. So let me try to log on to my TikTok from Hong's friend. 085. Let's hope it's the right one. Okay, cool. I'm on TikTok. So let me DM Olivia from my TikTok and see if that helps. 1 second. No, so it's not that one right up there. So I just shot Olivia a DM. Let me see if she's on Twitter because since I use Twitter, I'm sure I can try to bypass her privacy settings. Chronicle. Oh, we got Yoda Jr. Could I show him? All right. All right. You guys see there's a baby Yoda. Ready to go. There you go. Oh, that's what we need. We've got a clue. So let's see where we are headed. 1 sec, guys. Yeah, so this Olivia doesn't have a Twitter. Chronicles. I thought I was hard to get a hold of. Now I see what the struggle is real. Of not yet. Yeah, so she doesn't have a Twitter. So we will continue towards the last ping. So the ping is right here, which takes us, if you were to follow it straight, like the ping is literally right there. But they went through the creek. So let's try to go around this. I'm sending the mods my TikTok information so they can log in and check it for me because I'm not using TikTok. So, Tammy, check your text and log into my TikTok. That's the log that we saw earlier, which is interesting because that's where the ping seems to be coming from, straight through this brush. So yeah, let me get in front of you and check this out again. So we're back at that same first log. This isn't the first log? I don't see moss on this one, so this one doesn't this one isn't it. Let me see where the ping is sending us. Jesus, so he was literally crawling through. Oh, hold on, let me send the code over. All right, so here's where it's telling us to go. And this is from the helicopter that spotted him. That's the ping. And it's saying straight in this. So the hell with it. Let's go and see so we can rule it out. And I might have to plug in. Yeah, I'm going to have to plug in a battery pack in a few minutes. No, the ping is coming literally through this. Oh, it is? All right, let's try home pathway because I've been terrible with directions here. Well, given the circumstances, I mean, I think the CEO of Garmin would have a problem with this. So let me see why they sent this ping. Now, this ping might have been the last ping before he ducked for cover. So let's see if we're standing in the ping yet. No, we're not. So the ping is in this direction, straight ahead. And he was pinged right in here. And I'm getting these coordinates right from a source in the FBI who was working the manhunt. And obviously now it's a lot um, more calm. I'm not going to say the investigation is over. Let's just see what we see down here. It's not over yet. So that's why I'm not sharing a lot of information that I wanted to share with you guys, but I'm going to wait until I get the go ahead that they've officially closed their investigation. So, all right, so now we got to go. So we're literally, so this is the ping. We're standing where the helicopter pinged, well, a few feet off. So he was pinged in this. This is a spot where Cavalcante initially, yeah, so right here is where the helicopter ping is from the FBI that spotted him. So this was the last spot that they spotted him in and pinged it, which means that essentially they didn't need to ping it again because it was so close to the immediate area and they had eyes on him at the time, so they can just say go left, go right, go whatever, northeast, southwest. But this is the last spot that they pinged him from the helicopter. So it's, and I'll show you the trees so you guys can see why it was so difficult. And it's actually a good spot. There's space around it, but at night you would think that there are no vantage points, but obviously they have some vantage points. You can see just a little bit of sunlight coming through from these areas. Yeah, so there's a white flower, but I think that it, let me ask him if that meant, did you say you saw white flowers or no? So I'm asking, and while I'm asking, let me see if I can get to a better spot to put my backpack down. So we're gonna grab a battery pack outside of the out of the backpack and plug in, just so we don't get under 20%. Here, let me put this down on a log somewhere. Or you want to hold it for a second? Let me grab a battery pack, guys. Let me find out a raccoon pops out. You guys are going to see us take him into custody. Hold on. Leave it to hung to get the industrial sized cord. Which isn't a bad idea given the amount of crap everywhere. You need a paper towel? You need a paper towel? Alright, cool. So let's plug in here. Unwrap this. And get us our first batch of power.
No.
I'm just putting in a battery pack just so we keep the live stream going as we look. I don't need to unwrap it all. I just need... Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You wanna throw it in the book bag? I don't know, guys. Well, you have to be careful with the book bag because it'll get tangled. I've been getting tangled up. Yeah, we're charging. Here, hold this for a sec. I'm gonna end up putting it in my front pocket. Bear with us. It's a longer cable, which is good, but I want to make sure we're not gonna get tangled up in one of Cavalcante's tree lines over here. And again, if you're local, go to a Little's, and a lot of you are local. In fact, like some of you showed up, which is kind of cool. But we need backup. To try to get us on the right path so we don't come back out. I mean, honestly, at this point, we might end up being back out regardless, but let's just see what we can get. I definitely screwed that up. And I see why. So this goes in here. Bear with us. I know you guys are tired of hearing that, but it is what it is. Give me a sec. All right, cool. So back to the action we go. Give me a sec. I've got a couple texts, and good. One's from law enforcement. Let's see if we're on the right track. Keep walking straight at the bank. All right, so that's send them a pin again. So it sounds like so that was the correct bank right there. So I'm sending this spot over to them. and asking if this is the correct thing. Cross the bank, right? I feel bad. These guys are all out celebrating. And then here we are, partying from Littles, where Cavalcante was ultimately captured. So now let's check. So what they're saying is, let's go to that log that we saw, because he says from that log there should be a path that goes across the bank, and from that, and keep in mind, this specific source is one of the helicopter guys. So he was watching from above. I'm waiting on, which this might be Jim. Another one. Give me a second, guys. Let me mute this. All right, guys. So yeah, we kind of have some visual of where it was. Yes, let me follow you back to that original log.
Yeah, so you should be able to follow the stream right up. And as soon as you get to the end of that stream area, there should be an embankment where you see grass knocked down there, like trampled on. And then there'll be a tree laying. It's like right there, pretty plain, right up against the waterway, pretty much. Right up on the creek here.
No, so it looks like we're in the right vicinity. Yeah. Oh, no, we should be cool. Are you hanging out? All right. We'll be here for a little bit. All right. It was nice meeting you. Thank you. Love your dog. All right, guys. So, yeah, that was a local. And then I'm on the phone with one of my mods. So, okay. So that's this. So, hold on. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Let me. So, look. Hold on. I have to pause it as we go. And I'm going off of a TikToker who's the FBI was watching her stream, interestingly, from days ago. So they told me to kind of, and it wasn't for this specific search they were watching. She's been pretty good. So you see that? That's that. So we were on something. Now let me see where it goes after. So let's watch.
You pretty much just walk straight up the stream like you were, but you just continue up the stream, and it's going to come to an embankment with a tree laying down, and it's right there against the stream. The tree is literally right on the stream.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Hold on. So it's that one? That's what we just saw, but everybody here also is agreeing that it just doesn't look like it. But let me check.
There should be like a little, a dirt spot right there next to the tree, like where his face was basically imprinted in the ground.
She puts a picture on top of the spot, which is. I'm not criticizing Olivia, but you kind of put a picture.
Olivia, your content is great.
Yeah, no, she's great. I'm saying she superimposed the photo. So this might be this. spot according to Olivia, but let me see if
There is a little patch where they can have them on the side.
Following day, and either go north. So basically, it's like you could see that there's a hill there, and it's going to be grass that's like definitely.
yeah, this
like,
is the grass right here.
on.
Yeah.
And then that tree that is right there on the stream, like you would have to step over the tree to go up that hill. That's the tree.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah, everybody is saying that's it.
Let me just double check.
Everybody's saying absolutely. Look at that.
I definitely believe it. But let me just. I want to see that angle. So let me go back to that angle. And yeah, I know the phone isn't muted, guys. It's one of my mods that's on the phone right now. It's not law enforcement, so it's cool. Let me see. So it would have been on this side, that side, obviously. Give me a sec. But I don't see where.
You see any blood anywhere?
Not just that. I'm looking for. Here's a better shot. So we've got. Here's the tree. Somebody said they put his face in the mud. Hold on, let me I'm rewatching this, and this is what I'm watching.
Go over that wall.
Hold on, let me hear what she says. So he ran down this trail.
I think you have to go up from this log.
And it's that one?
Yeah.
Alright. You can wait if you want. I'll hop. No, this should be good. Well, every time I say I don't need help, that's when I end up busting my butt. But Jesus, I don't know how these guys do it. Alright, so this is the one that they're showing. So let me see. I don't get why he would go through. Yeah, but I'm not saying I'm looking for blood, but I'm not seeing. Hold on. So in the picture.
That's it, bro. That's it.
Let me just double check.
And then ran up this embankment and tried to crawl underneath this thick and dense brush. It's full of briars and thorn bushes. After Danelo was captured, he admitted that he planned to hijack a car.
So that's where we are. Well, no, this branch, this one right here, is that right there where Hong is.
That looks too far off the ground. I think it's is it the other one? The other tree?
That one's where Hong is.
And either go north to Canada
So let me
or
see.
to Mexico. He also admits that on 3 different occasions, SWAT teams were literally 7 feet away from him. He never traveled during
The root of this is right here.
Without the help of Yoda, it's possible that maybe Danelo would have escaped and never would have been found.
But she is showing this path.
Where Hong is that, bro?
Where Hong is, that's further back. So what he, according to them, I'll check that one again. But let me triple watch. Hold on.
He tried to escape again, but it was too late.
Yeah, this one's too high off the ground, bro.
Yeah, I know. Let me just see the video one more time without distraction.
Yeah, it's definitely the one Hong is that, bro.
Thermal imaging technology. A SWAT team slowly approached around him quietly. They ambushed him. Then he ran down the street.
Hold on. He ran down the trail.
Yoda, and Yoda ran after him. Authorities confirmed that Danelo was using the waterways to escape. It makes complete sense that he was caught near a creek.
Yeah, the one that hung, I think, is touching
this creek, and then ran up this.
We'll check the one Hong is touching and go further down. Okay, so that's the dense brush that he crawled under. So let's do this. I'm not going to crawl, but I mean, unless I have to. We'll see in a second. I mean, we might have to crawl, but
I want to see the crab walk out of the prison. You got to do that.
I'm not going to crab walk out of. I don't know if they will be that well. First of all, I can't go up the steps, let alone crab walk up a wall. So I don't know if I'm going to do that. All right, guys. So I'm going to keep you on the phone just in case. But let me double check and see that I didn't get any text messages while we're on the phone. And I'm going to hand the phone over to Hong so he can talk to you. This is one of the mods. You can talk louder. It doesn't matter. So here is the little embankment. So maybe he went. Are you guys saying check through that?
This is, I mean, like, it looks like it.
So the brand or the so he wouldn't have been in open. So he would have been further in. So I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
So let me crawl through. Here, grab my. I'm gonna put the backpack up here. I don't know. Let's see if there's something I can get to. Here, you want to put this over here. You able to grab it for a second? And let me see what we got going on. I've heard that one too many times, and it didn't end good.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm just more, I'm more heavy built.
So, guys, it's possible that they pulled him. I need to find some more identifying marks. Let me see, because his face would have been on the other side. Go through your pictures real quick, because his face would have been. If they implanted it in the mud, it's gone now.
No, I think it's.
You see, so.
Yeah, he could have been laying this way. His face would have been right here.
But we don't. Obviously, we're not going to see any blood in the mud. But there should be some kind of a. Look at the moss and let's see if we can line some of it up.
Well, like, there was old moss here. It looks like it's been scraped off.
So this does look like it, but it doesn't.
Look where that one vine or stick sticking out of the ground that's like attached to it right there near.
Here's what I'm seeing. I don't see this.
The moss, they could have just scraped it off because
I'm going to send a picture of. I'm going to send a picture of this to law enforcement and ask them if this is it. Hold on. Let me actually send a video. That'll help them a little bit more.
Did y'all put that's from your footstep right there?
Yeah, that's from us. But let me hold on. I'm going to record a video and send it over to. I might not be able to get a video with you on the phone, so call me back in a second.
Yeah.
All right, bye. All right, guys, I'm going to send a video over to law enforcement and ask them if this is it. Watch your back. I'm going to pan it toward that, too, so they can see the whole shebang. And then it goes over here, and this is the water bank, and then that's trampled on, that's trampled on. And let me send them a shot of this. All right, cool. Let me text that over to them. I'm going to do a group chat at this point. Is this the log?
It's like this looks like.
I sent it over to the group chat, so that way one of the 25 people on that thing should be able to let us know. Let's see. All right, guys. So you see the front here. All right, cool. So you want me to zoom out and show you guys that? So I can't zoom, but I can walk further back. Let me actually put it on. Maybe I can do it like this. I think I could zoom to the next camera. So let's see. Is that any better? No, that's too zoomed. That's too close. Ultra wide. Okay. Is that better? That's as good as it's gonna. Oh, here we go. People are starting to respond. Go up further. Look for blood. Let's see. That's what I mean. So this might not be the log. We're gonna triple check. Um, but they're saying look for blood. So they're confident that there's gonna be some sign of blood here, and there just isn't. I'll take my backpack back at this point. So Hong doesn't have to carry two things. I mean, two big backpacks. No, it's on there too. Yeah, it's on the tree stump. There's like 7. They said look for about 7 or 8 blood splatters because he hit his head when he fell. They said he fell, which is funny. But yeah, he fell and he hit his head as well, not just by the dog. But they're saying that we should see some blood splatter. That's not blood. And it would be, here, let me switch with. Now, is it possible it's one of those?
Because you gotta remember, there's like 12 to
So the
20
dog took a bite of him, but he also fell and he was resisting arrest. So you guys can do the math. He fell. That's the official word, that he fell. But he was resisting, which is why he was also bleeding. So it wasn't just Yoda that got him. It was also the tactical forces that had to use a little bit of force to shut him up and make him subdue him so he can cooperate. So they're saying that I will see blood because it wasn't just Yoda's little bite. Not that his bite was little. Yoda has it's a big dog, but he also fell, and you can assume whatever you want from that. But he was resisting arrest. So by him falling, he cracked his head a little bit. So we're going to see some more blood than what we're seeing here. But this is the path, and that came from a third law enforcement source in the group. So the first two agreed that we're on the path. But here would be the shot that they would have taken. But again, you guys can see in the photo, there are 4 tactical officers on each side of the log, 4 of them, like 4 on each side, 4 there, 4 here. They're not stumped in because we'd be able to see that they were on their knees. But this is trampled because they brought him from this area through that little path right there, straight up to the wood pile at Little's, where they did the group photo. So we're in the spot, like the radius. But this isn't the log according to them. They're saying that let me see what they said. Give me a sec. This is Mod again. Hey. So no, what they're telling me is, and I'm going to give you a direct quote. It says, hold on, where is it at? Go up further, look for blood.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's got to be up further, bro, because that pathway is
This
all
is
beat down up there.
possible. This is possible, but I don't see it. Let me see.
That's not the log, though. That's definitely not the log. That's the log in her video, but she didn't film the exact spot. She couldn't have because that log doesn't
No, I'm
match.
talking about from law enforcement. So they're saying that the one that we passed definitely isn't it. And now I'm sending them some identifying feature. I'm basically
Try
sending
to
them the
go up
same
that
photos that
hill,
they
like
sent me.
where Hong was before up that hill.
That's where I am. I just went up the hill. So now we're going to go further in and see. I mean, this is more realistic, but again, let me look at the photo. You're not, it doesn't add up because of the amount of officers that were standing. I understand that they're good at standing in tight spots, but here's the zoomed out photo, and you guys can see it starts on the ground. It starts on the ground, and then it does have gaps, like right here, and it goes pretty far back. And again, there were 4 on each side. 1, 2, and then there were 2 more. 3, 4, then 2 more. So there's 8 total. And this tree doesn't have the same identifying features. So we're going in. We're on the move. Let's see. Now this is all disturbed. And now that one just looks too small. And watch, if you get close to me, the thorn bushes might come swinging. Now this makes more sense. Um, but I don't see the crisscross in any of the photos unless they literally took it like this. So hold on. Let me hop up. Let's look for some cracks as I tie my shoe. Hold on. I don't know how these keep getting untied.
Double knot it, and then 3/6 and do that.
Yeah, like I would keep going because like
I'm just double knotting both of my boots so that way we don't have to keep stopping to tie my shoes. All right, cool. So I'm getting texts. Let me see if it's law enforcement or if it's just. Oh, I don't have to. It's possible that they pulled him out of that, but I don't see it because I don't see that gap. And this tree has like white moss, so we would have noticed that. But do you guys? This is the log they probably tripped on. You're right. You heard him say that they tripped over a log. For those of you guys before I ended up muting it again, they tripped over a log. Now this seems more Cavalcante, if you ask me. A little bit further in. Okay, now we're seeing something that's interesting. So hold on, guys. We might get lucky. Okay, guys, I think we just got lucky. Did the screen? Okay, it's still there. You want to go first?
Let me get in so I can clear.
I've got my Again, without Hong, none of this stuff would have been possible, just so you guys know. He was literally the perimeter, not breaker, perimeter scope or lookout. We were able to find, no, I didn't fall. We were able to find holes in the perimeter with Hong, legal holes, meaning that they should have blocked them off. So I'm going to follow his lead because this tree right here to our left looks like it could be the one. I'm not going to get excited and say that until we see some identifying features. You want me to step on that? Son of a bitch, I've been caught. Oh, sorry. I've been caught by thorns. And those of you guys that have been watching, you guys know we try to keep it PG-13. There are a lot of young people that are watching. Thank gosh I didn't have to go through the woods at the beginning of this mess because I would have needed one of those 20-second delay beeps. And I think we're here, guys. Well, I'm not going to get excited, so let's see. Son of a bee. Hold on.
Watch out. Let me get it.
And then can you grab those? Or is it hitting you?
Dude, I have the whole thing hitting my back.
All right. All right. Now this looks more like it, guys. Let's see. This looks promising. This seems more like Cavalcante style because it's dug in more. But let's not jump to conclusions and let's find out if it's it. Because we said that's it for the past 6. Well, we didn't, but everybody got excited. So time to pull out the photos and see what we've got going on here. For those of you that are just joining us, we went to Lundale Farms, retraced Cavalcante steps to Littles through the woods, and we are looking for the exact spot. Let me send this picture to law enforcement because this might actually be it. Give me a sec. I'm taking a panorama just so I can show them because they'll remember the spot that they took the photographs much better than any of us will. So let's see if this is the right one. Is it this? So like remember, as you guys heard on the phone, they tripped over something leaving. And that was likely what they tripped over, the same thing that we tripped over. Let me pull up the picture again. I have some better photos that haven't been released yet. So I see now we have to look for a vine that comes out of the ground like this. And the reason why I'm not showing some of these is because we haven't blurred out the faces yet. There's one over there too that we're going to check. So until I can blur out the faces, I can't show those. All right, so this has, so where he was a very light patch of green. There's going to be a little bit of splatter. So literally, I'm just zooming into this so we can see.
You have that one brown stick that's sticking up from the ground.
So that should be coming out from, if they were, all right, so the picture would have been taken from all the way back here. The picture would have been taken from here, facing.
Log it, team. The one back at the creek was not it, bro.
So the bark is different. Keep in mind it was torrentially pouring. It was pouring rain on the night they found him. And the water is right over there. And then law enforcement tripped over a downed tree, which we tripped over, coming to this spot. Um, let's see. So there should be a vine coming out, which this could be it. Kind of? No, maybe. So you guys see how this has green going around it? You see how the green swivels right here? It's like we have to pay attention to stuff like that.
For the cracks in the tree that I pointed out to you.
And the cracks. So this,
But a lot
we're
of
going to
people are
leave
saying
this
that
as a
that's a lot
50-50.
lighter of a tree.
But so it was torrentially pouring that night. When I say, I mean, it was, we were going 5 miles an hour. So this would have been much darker to begin with. So keep in mind, it hasn't rained since then. It's been quite hot. So the tree could have easily gone back to, those leaves look sort of familiar, but they're not. Now here's another angle. I'm going to try to show you guys without showing faces. Um, I don't want to show faces. So we have him facing here, and I'm
Right,
not,
that's right. The log would have appeared darker because of the rain as well, so it might be lighter now, y'all.
but we're looking for this branch or vine coming out of the ground. It's not the log that you guys saw when we first came up. That's already been cleared by law enforcement. They said that they had to go through that. He crawled under it, and then he ran by another downed log that we were inspecting because we thought it was it. And that's the one that they said they tripped over. So I'm sending them photos in real time. So um, they were here. So when I send them these little photos, they're able to say, "Oh yeah, that's what I tripped over," and that's what we're going off of is basically them on the ground. They remember this area much more than us. Now here is a similar color um, vine from there. So now it's really about linking up the vine to, so he would have been laying, so if the vine is on this side, he was on the side of the vine with his face towards moss right here. Um, half of his body, so half of his body was past the vine, half, and then there should be moss right here, which there is,
It
but
should be that crack right there, bro.
let me see if I see it. So there is a crack going through this guy.
There's 2 cracks that I circled for you.
Did you send him in a text?
Yeah, I sent it to you in a text. I'll send it to you again right now.
Send it to
So you don't have
make
to
sure you
look
send it to
through it.
Hong. Okay, I see the one you circled. Um,
Yeah.
and that should be, so if his head is right here, those cracks would have to be, so this is what he's referring to. So his head is in front of the crack, which would mean the closest moss to that. But see, the thing is that's just one. It's not multiple vines coming out. It looks like one big one. Um, hmm. There's a log to our left we're going to test out, and to our right. But one of them is one they tripped over, so make sure it's not the one that they tripped over.
So you got to get home to lay down like East Danelo.
No. Yeah, and end up with 50 ticks. All right, so we're going to keep this as a possibility for now. Where's the other one that you saw? Oh, this one looks similar. Hold on, guys.
We got the capture from like 5 different angles. Sure.
And I'm looking at pictures that haven't been released yet for some more marks that are identifying that they put a little evidence marker next to, and that was close to that vine. So they would have taken the evidence marker by now, obviously. But those are the photos we're looking at too, because the crime scene unit.
Like the other one was pointing out that it was raining on the day he was caught, so that the log is going to look a little bit darker than it does right now.
Okay. Because they said And you guys heard it before I muted it. They said to crawl in the brush. I'm not gonna crawl soldier style. Now, maybe we have something. Let me go here. Everywhere we go, there are these damn thorns. Just don't get the last thing. Hong's gonna be bleeding more than Cavalcante at this rate. I don't know how he was able to do this. Um, Now this one looks smaller, but there is a crack here. I'm looking for the Holy Grail, which is a sign from one of the photos I have, which until I find it, I'm not going to say much, just in case we don't find it tonight. So this one probably isn't it. Hopefully there's no hyenas. Hyenas. Oh crap, how am I going to make a U-turn in this? Hold on guys. Let me turn around without getting blind. And look, if he's running through this, I'm surprised he didn't get impaled by one of these damn things. And so this was really to show the locals, not locals, the world, what law enforcement was dealing with, and also the locals to give them an idea of where he was found. That log that was shown on Olivia's YouTube, she's a great, or not YouTube, her TikTok. She's a great TikToker, but she was a little bit off. That wasn't the log. And that's been confirmed from 3 different law enforcement sources. They said that you have to go over the log. You're going to trip over another log that's kind of right in the way. And then he burrowed himself in. So let's check this. And I don't care how many people are viewing. I know the locals are interested. And since the beginning, this hasn't been about views. It's really just been for, and we're going to, not saying that we're doing this just for Chester County, but this specific story is. And if we cover a story in your community, we'd have the same respect for your community, where we would tell people that, yeah, you live in Chester County, that's great, but we're in Iowa, and you guys don't understand the terrain, you know? So I'm not trying to sound rude whenever I say this is for locals, but that's primarily what our coverage has been. And if we do more coverage like this, we're going to keep it the same for locals. Up here, you'll see more. And also a lot of troopers wanted me to do this walkthrough to show you guys what they had to deal with, tactical teams and stuff, so that way you guys have an understanding. So you guys are seeing Hong in his natural environment over here. Thank God. Is it anything like this back where you're at? Because in Greece, all we have are fields, like tobacco fields. And Hong is he's born in China, so he's used to the wilderness. I'm just letting everybody know. The jokes aren't really like jokes. It's more of we've been friends for like 15 years, so it's we're at that point. So if there are any other Asian or Chinese on here, I'm not being rude, but he grew up there, so it's good that we have him as a tour guide. We could probably just slither through. I mean, well, I can tell you that half of my sources aren't going to be going through this kind of they would have tore this stuff down. So I'm not too sure that this is the log. It doesn't look like it. Let's see.
It's the best I can. Yeah. Just get over it. You get over that.
I don't remember seeing a split. kidding me? There's a pathway right there, and we just literally, and like I said, I know for sure that my people aren't going to be going through. But all right, we're doing this Cavalcante style. Apparently, there's a path that led right to this for future reference. We've said this might be it. I think for the past 5. See, I don't remember that at all in any of the pictures and video. Oh, wow, that. All right, guys. So that might be something. God, I hope Philly PD doesn't fly over and laugh at us because they know us. The pilot with Philly PD is very funny, and he likes to play games with us. So I hope he doesn't come out here and ridicule us on his feed. I'll put his link on my Twitter so you guys can follow him. He's a character. There are mushrooms out here. I wonder if these are the kind of mushrooms people can take to like get high. Probably not. But if they are, he was having a good time. All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now we have 4 different options here. Let's start with number 1, which is right here. Does this ring a bell? No, too much brush. Oh yeah, we don't litter. We have a like everywhere we went, we had black Glad bags, and then I've got a backpack, so there's nothing. We don't litter. That doesn't look like it. Does this look like it? How about this, guys? Let's see. Let me get over this. I don't want to step on it yet, just in case, but it doesn't look like this one, is it? Ew. Are you kidding? So there's like 4 more in front of us. And for those of you guys that want to come and check this out down the road, and I'm sure there are reporters watching, what I'm going to do is we're going to plant a flag once we find the actual spot. We're not going to speculate. We've done pretty well not speculating, unless we told you guys that this is speculation while we were streaming. So you can wait right over there. All right, so here we go. Let's see where this goes. Now I see that you can see underneath. So this one makes a little bit more sense. Let's look for, and Aries, make sure you're keeping up with comments because I'm just.
Yeah, I got you, brother.
So here is let me pull up a picture so you guys can see what I mean. Where his face is, there's a little bit of a gap. So when I'm looking, I'm not looking for something that tall unless we follow it. We're looking for something that's really only something you can see when your face is that low. And this isn't that bizarre to think over here. So let's see. And I see 6 more going down that way. So this is going to turn into a multi-day thing if we don't come across it. And it's bigger here. Why don't you, you can't because of your gloves. I was going to say, you have a good eye to look for. Look how I'm noticing. You see the blood? This one's not, this picture is not released, so make sure you don't click it by accident.
At the corner, I know.
So, but then you see how his face is looking underneath of it. So
it can't be too crazy far away from where he crawled up that embankment.
this isn't that far. This is very close to where Cavalcante ran from the embankment. It took us 5 minutes to get here from Lundale Farms. It took him about 2. So he was running. We were walking. He was crawling. We were walking. But This is rather close. Literally, the water is right at the edge of this branch right here that's going down. Um, and law enforcement said that they crossed the creek. They had to go. He went underneath a log to get through. They jumped it. It's the one out that I was jumping, and I said, "How the hell am I going to jump this?" But they jumped it. Obviously, they're good at jumping. I'm not. And they tripped over a log, and the log that they tripped over is the one that is right after that first one. So the one that was seen on TikTok, that's not it. I mean, that's an area of interest where they brought him out of, but that's about it. That's not where they got
Did you
him.
just break this, or was it just was it on the floor?
That was on the floor.
Because like we have to find this right here.
That's what I'm looking for, and it should have green vines going up it. So I don't know, guys. In the comments, let me know if you want me to get closer to any of these. I think that this is not it. We've got more this way. Now that might be a vine. Hold on, that might be a vine that was broken. Yeah, so this is a vine. Is this the same vine hung? But I don't remember this. But you guys see? No, that's not it. What are they saying as far as this? Ask him. What are they? Ask him what. No, just ask him what. Now here's a vine. It's not. Yeah, there is. Yeah. Now keep in mind, these guys did a what's called a heavy push, so they would have essentially destroyed a lot of stuff here. Um, let's see if could that be it. There are literally moss branches. I think I've seen more downed moss trees than I have wawas in the past week, and I've seen a lot of wawas. So this does look disturbed, as if they made a push. That's about it. Like they made a push. But that original branch that everybody thought it was, that's not it. Or the second one, or the third one. When I say second, I mean the one from TikTok, and third, the one where they tripped off of. So we know that they went in this general direction on this side of the embankment. They told me to look for an island because they remember having to cross over. Like it got very shallow, almost like an island, um, which we did. We did that, and they said look for water bottle caps because when they were opening up their water bottles, they were just leaving caps. I don't see any water bottle caps. Except I'm about to get a sip of water. As we group. So I'm not seeing any comments anymore. So I'm relying on mods.
No, I don't think so. It looks too small.
They wouldn't have been able to get the picture without us seeing this. So it's not this. And if you're local and you just got here, because I hear some people just yell out Nick, and I'm sure either me or Hong will hear you.
We have other reason to believe that was Cavalcante in the van that Nick had on his live stream, but we don't we can't say for sure, but we have other reason to believe that. We have quite a few things that we're
You want me to hold it?
looking at.
All right. So we're gonna retrace. Let me throw the water bottle back in my backpack, and then we're gonna retrace our steps and see if there are other branches. I know in about a week I can get law enforcement to join me, but I'd rather find it without having to go through that.
Yeah, I only keep my Facebook for family and friends, you guys. Twitter. If you don't have Twitter, download Twitter.
So never mind about reaching out to Olivia. If you're the mods, we don't. I'm good on that right now, so we don't need that. All right, cool. So let's see where we're going. And just look at the terrain, and I can't stress this enough. Um, I've been trying to explain it to you guys now for several. Son of a mother. Hold on. I've been trying to explain the terrain for you guys for some time. I couldn't share pictures for obvious reasons. It was an active manhunt, so I was narrating from the pictures that were sent to me from members of CERT who were in the woods stationed. And so that might be what they're talking about. I do see a Gatorade. See if that's yeah. So that might be what they were saying because they left caps, and some of them had to leave behind bottles. So that could be one of the bottles right over there, left by Homeland Security and Border Patrol. Because they were here for some time and they ran out of space to throw stuff out. And the crime scene unit was supposed to kind of clear this stuff out. We're good. Let me just pass you. So the crime scene unit obviously didn't get everything, unfortunately. Well, maybe fortunately for us. Okay, here we go. So you guys see the bottle, and I told you a couple of minutes ago that they told me to look for bottle caps or perhaps drinks that they left because they were out here throughout the night. Let's see. Does this look like? Sorry, guys. I'm learning how not to curse. So that one was a good catch because I would have just cursed my head off. Here we go. Over there. That's a possibility. Let me check it. Okay, that's more possible than what we just. This stuff is so not covered under warranty or the.
What?
I had gotten a good deal on jeans and whatnot, but it's not covered by. This isn't nature walks aren't going to be covered by wear and tear, so it is what it is. Let's see back here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
They don't have that branch.
They might. I'm getting closer. I wasn't being hugged. Ah, by thorn bushes. I mean, I used to play in like the woods when I was younger, but when I say woods, I mean like 12 trees in a creek. So bear with me. This is some Steve Irwin type expedition. All right, so let's check this. No. Let's triple check here's the, if you want to go through, I'll go through pictures. See, because the fact that we saw the Gatorade bottle is bear with me, guys. I'm going through the pictures and let me. So I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing this. And one of the officers left a water
People are
bottle.
saying that the log is right after the bottle.
Because in the photo that I have from law enforcement, they did leave a bottle. I can't tell if it's Gatorade or Powerade by their foot. Let me see. Let's just clear this area so we don't have to come back in it. All right. And you guys have to remember, Cavalcante is not going to be an idiot and hide behind the first thing he sees. At that time, this area was surrounded with police lights, so he was trying to get as far from the lights as he could. And right here makes sense because look, if he's hiding in that little enclave over here, that would have been difficult. So here is another possible. Let me get in the same angle that Trooper Dixon was in when he took the photos. He's allowed to take photos. He's part of the PR team. So let's see if this takes us. No, this is really screwed up, this one. So here's the photo again. That's not it. Here. Here's the one I'm referring to for the most. I'm going to text it to myself from your phone so that way you can just look. Here's the photo.
Yes, Sky Maiden. That's what
And that's what I mean about misinformation. Not that it was bad misinformation as far as that being the spot that they found him on TikTok, but for the locals, they don't want an approximate. They want to know exactly where, and that's kind of what we're here for. We're not looking for he was found within 500 feet of this. We want to see the exact spot and kind of leave a little bit of a mark for other locals who are going to be looking for it. Now this one is just too thin. But now that one, see, as I get deeper in, I'm seeing more and more possibilities. And tomorrow we're gonna have to bring shears if we don't find it. Now that makes sense. This one ahead is gonna make some sense if I can get to it without Hong's expertise. They did. They already answered. They said after they tripped over the log, you have to go through brush, and that's where it was. And this is the brush they could be talking about. Now, guys, look, you see that log straight ahead? That's Hong, do you see another way to get to that? So there's a log straight ahead of me. And if you're going low, as he was, you can easily get through this right here. There's a log or a stump or whatever you want to call it. You see what I'm talking about? So it's possible that because they said he crawled, and this is something that you would have to really crawl. Not now that we have Hong, we don't have to crawl. Can you see? Is there another way in, or do we have to go? Should I just go through this? It's right there, like right here. You see in front of us?
Yeah, no.
It's that. So is there a way around it, like from there? I mean, like that. That looks like it's been disturbed. Here, let me check, because that actually looks like it's disturbed. Because I know law enforcement wasn't going to be crawling.
Yeah, they told you you're gonna have to go through brush. That looks like
So here's the disturbed part of the brush. Yeah, this is disturbed as hell. So
Yeah, well, he's 5 foot. He did a baseball slide and was under there.
I'm gonna show you guys are gonna hear me curse in a minute, maybe if I get stabbed by this thorn bush, but it is what it is. We can't start this and not finish it, so we're gonna find it. I'm hopeful we find it today, but if not, it looks like we've got a date tomorrow. Let's check because it looks very disturbed. And now you guys see how safe Chester County is as a whole. I mean, obviously, when there's a manhunt, I wouldn't be going through this, but the threat has been eliminated, so to say. So here's another, but I don't remember seeing this. You know, it's also possible that if I was Cavalcante, there's a home right there, and I would have tried to get as close to the home as I could um, to make the next run for it. Oh, look, there's berries. All right, F it. I've got a case of the F-its, so we're just going to push through. Um, and this is why I respect the men and women of law enforcement who are going through this. I know it's their job, and people say that, but it's a rather difficult job that they have, and they're overworked and underpaid. Yeah, I'm sure that the budgets are high, but they're not seeing that. They're not seeing the budget high and getting the pay that they deserve to be in essentially a battleground. Um, I'm not. I'm just checking. So, oh, is this Prizer? Hold on, guys. I think we're on Prizer. And if that's Prizer, okay, guys, that's Prizer Road. This is where he actually ran from at one point. So, Hong, this is Prizer. And son of a B, there's a crazy amount of. I don't like needles. I don't like thorns. And Cavalcante is pissing me off even more now. All right, guys, so that's somebody's yard. That's Prizer. Um, and you remember, we were parked on Prizer. I'm not going to show the homes. That's Prizer to our, like, straight here. That's Prizer Road. I'll show you on the map. Prizer is where the FBI stationed after a burglary alarm went off. So, as you can see, this is Prizer Road. And what road is this? Oh boy. Oh hey, you're probably watching. I think we were sitting at your driveway 2 nights ago, and you guys let us park there. That's the driveway we were parked at. This is getting funny. That's Prizer, and then that's where we are. So hi, homeowner. I'm sure if you're watching, I'm not going to show you, but that's the driveway, guys, that we parked at out front of the corn, and it's in the area where they found his backpack. So he didn't make it that far, guys. Um, we were stationed literally in this driveway right here. That was us. before. It's almost like deja vu. And he came running from one of these homes, and I believe it's actually the home right here, went in the backyard and entered the woods somewhere around here as well before making his way in a zigzag once again. So, okay. So he entered the woods at one point, Hong, from right here, because that's Prizer, and that's where we were parked. Uh, that's the house we were parked at for that 12 hours or so, or maybe 10 hours. We were parked in his driveway, and we lit it up to help in the search and push him away from the residence. Obviously, if you saw a spotlight, that would push him. So, kind of deja vu. So Prizer is literally, that's the house we parked at right here. That's the driveway. That's, no, that's where he started from Prizer, and then one. So it's a bizarre route, but he went from that spot we were at originally, guys, to the area that we're currently in before coming out and running to Little's. Now that just doesn't look it. That one's a little bit tall. So let's go. You guys can see what I'm trying to walk. I thought those were the white flowers that they told me to look for, but they're not. So there should be some white flowers. Maybe they look like flowers though from the helicopter. These might be the white flowers the helicopter is talking about, because from the sky it would have looked like a flower of some sort. You guys can hear my pain in real time. I move these thorns. Remember they said they saw the white flowers from the helicopter. They could be talking about, see these leaves, how bright white they are going up to that driveway. So we are in the vicinity. Now let's make sure that this isn't, and I don't believe this is it.
They don't have that thing.
So is this the log that they dropped off? Let me see. Because here's where we are. Look. That's the driveway we're parked in. That's the house right here, and this is it. And that's the house that they said. Let me mute this because I don't know if this information is public. All right, guys, I unmuted it. I was just telling Hong a little bit of background information that's not public yet. So, again, so we're at the driveway of Prizer that we stationed at, which was actually a crime scene, so to say, during the final hours of the manhunt. Did we just come from this?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna put a step on this shit stuff. And if Hong is going, that stuff's painful because he's got a pretty good pain resistance. So, not me. If he makes that sound, you guys are going to hear me. I'll probably put it on mute because my version of that is a lot louder than a little. It'll become rated R very quick. All right, so now this all looks disturbed, which is what it looked like during a push. And I also can take you guys sometime, maybe tomorrow. If we don't find it today, we're going to end up back here tomorrow. But I also have a spot that I want to take you to where Cavalcante was sleeping. We have the exact coordinates of where he was sleeping at one point, the last time at Longwood. So we'll show you guys where he slept. That's, this doesn't
fit, right?
is that the vine? No, because there's no chunk.
I mean, I think somebody yanked it off. It was on
Yeah,
there.
but look at the photo.
The vine starts up top, not on the bottom.
No, one of them. Somebody emailed me. Can you please DM me? I can't check email on another phone, and I don't have my pass key to log into the email. So I'm gonna need you to send that to me, or the mods, please. No, it came from yeah, you might be right. No, that's a lot smaller. Let me see.
Let's keep going.
So that was on what side? Yours? He was on the same side as that, and there's no sign of this. You see?
Then, like, no. Let's keep going.
So this isn't it.
Let's cover more ground before the sun
So we're gonna
sets.
cover as much ground as we can before the sun sets, and then obviously we're gonna do this again tomorrow earlier. Now that we know, and we took you to Lundale already, and I'm sure we'll be able to park over there again. Let me see. I'm getting texts. Whoever, I'm not going to repeat your username because I don't get involved in politics, but whoever sent me a photo and an email, can you please send me it in the DM? I'd say your username, but nothing against your username, but I'm not getting in politics. All right, cool. So we have this, which I believe we cleared already. I don't see that can be mistaken for a vine. Let me just double check. Because keep in mind, so where the vine was is where his photo was taken. Yeah, I got it. I got it. So this would have been, but again, we didn't see that. We didn't see this. And that's not a vine, but this tree is surely cracked. Is there a vine on the other side? No. Now this is surely cracked.
See if, like, that branch that resembles that tree is on the floor or something. They could just knock it down to make it like they don't want people to find it. That doesn't look like this tree though.
No.
There's bark on it.
Except the cracks. But and then towards the end of it, there should be a split. So you guys are gonna let me make sure that this doesn't have. I'm gonna try to do it without photos, but you see how where his knee is? You see that split? That split right there. Let me make sure. See, I can't zoom out, but you see what I'm talking about. That's his knee, and it's kind of in that little split, which is not on this. So let's obviously, if they took the vine with them, which I don't think they did, they're not going to take the damn split. So this isn't it. But if they did take the vine, they're not going to bring a chainsaw. But there's a little path here that looks like it's been swept. See what I mean? But not swept by the homeland, because I saw how they swept. They sent me a video, and It should be very clear. Sorry, guys. And that's the good thing about um, if you're a streamer or a reporter and you maintain a good relationship with law enforcement and the public, they're willing to help you a lot more than you think. Um, Obviously, our law enforcement sources are so thrilled with how we covered it, and then a lot of the others that were emailing me after the coverage to help us out. So it's important to keep a good relation, which is why I mute it whenever I'm on the phone. You guys can see that's a bottle that they said they left a bottle and some caps in the area. Which way? That way?
Yeah. Where did we come from?
No. That was one of the.
I think we came from that way.
I think I wanted to see that.
I remember this.
To this right here. Let me just double check his knee. No, so it wasn't like that. So the tree has almost like a Y, not a Y, a V. Now this has been pushed. This is pushed. And these are the white leaves that they're talking about when they say flowers. Because over there they get much lighter. How big is this? Now this is big enough. Let's see if it's. No, that's not blood. Um, so if we're looking at the angle that they took, even if they disturbed the area, guys, um, there are some identifying marks that they can't disturb, like the V right there. That V where his knee is, even if it's disturbed, that's going to be there. Now this does look like a heavier brush, and if you look at the photos, I'm trying to do it without any pictures, but you can see the heavy brush. Here's a better one that hasn't blurred out already. Um, try to look in the background. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3 vines, several cracks. A vine hanging over. So yeah, I mean, unless it was in this direction, the picture. Let's check. No, it's just, there's too much brush around this specific part of it. Now it just fell here, so let's see. Now I feel like Dora. You know, we've been making jokes about Dora the Explorer in boots, and here I am. Now that's a V. Okay, hold on. So that's something that can't be changed. So let's see if this is it. No, that's not a V.
It's not that one. We checked this one already.
That's not a V. Let's double check. I've only got like one HD photo. Um, all right, so the V. You see what I'm looking for, right? Look at where his knee is right here. Like, look at the
Yeah,
knee.
but there's
You
they
see
don't
the
have.
you see the V, right? Like, look at where his knee is. behind Yoda. You see how he's got his knee in a V? You know what I'm talking about?
But that's not a V though. That's the tactical forces guy's leg and his knee.
No.
That's a leg, bro.
This.
Yeah, that's a leg.
No, look how it goes in. You have to look at it very closely. Look how it goes into the tree. It's not a leg.
That's this guy's leg.
Whose?
This guy. That's this guy's leg. He's got camo on.
No, I know.
He's on his knees. It fits his whole body.
Okay. Hold on.
So it's not a V, but we need to look for that little branch next to his face. Or any signs of that type of branch next to the dog.
Alright, so let's see. So this isn't it. Why the hell couldn't they send me a photo from behind? They did, but I just don't have it on this phone. So the angle is pretty clear again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So like something like this you can fit 4 guys, but this isn't it. Did we check that?
No.
Let's check.
No, yeah, we checked that. We checked that one already.
So if we don't find it tonight, what I'm going to do is when we get here tomorrow, I'm going to FaceTime one of the people from CERT and mute it until he leads us to the direction. But I'd rather find it on our own. That'd be exciting. They're giving us clues that we're on the right mark, but the thing is this is such terrible terrain that you kind of, it's almost all the same mark. They only really remember a few things. Them having to jump that log that I had to sit down on to jump, and then them tripping over the log that I sent them a photo of, and they remember that because they were pretty pissed off. That was actually the only injuries they got during the apprehension. For the most part, was busting their butts on that log, and it was. I'm sure it was kind of funny looking back. I could only picture these guys falling. I know them personally, so I can laugh. But it's not it here. And the stump starts here and goes to here. Let's see if Kat has any details for us. Jumped. Went into brush. All right, so let's see. Thanks, Kat. I just sent me a text back with some clarity. All right, so this is not it because there are way too many branches looking over this tree unless it goes in. Oh, this is a pretty long one, guys. So let's check it. Oh, wow. So they busted a lot of these branches to begin with. We didn't come through this way. So these are falling off quite easily. Give me a sec. I don't know how I didn't lose my AirPods yet. Well, let me not jinx it. Because if a bug gets in my ear, you guys are going to see the phone fly. So here is something of some interest. And what we're going to do is I'll bring ribbon tomorrow so we can ribbon off in red the ones that aren't it. Does this ring any bell? So those are pitch black. I'm not going to touch it with my hand. This is pitch black. I'm not sure if that means anything. I'm not from the wilderness. Now this one is more realistic if it wasn't for brush. Now where would that vine have been in case they cut it? I guess let's get close and see if we see any.
That's not it.
Alright, let's check my text. Here's a close-up of the vine. They might have cut it though.
I mean, if they cut it, we'll be able to see on the floor, or like the roots would be cut.
Similar to this, she says, vine is between Danelo's body and right arm. Law enforcement cut the vine. Would have to look for a vine cut sticking up from the ground 18 to 24 inches away. Sticking up from the ground. So we don't have any vine here. Let me check my DMs. Look for the small tree above Cavalcante and the big long top right corner. So like that. Also, keep an eye out. Okay guys, I'm going through your DMs right now. Those pictures. Power lines to the farm. Yeah, we'll do the power lines tomorrow because that's going to be a different approach to this. Did we come in this way, huh? Let's go towards the area we came in and we'll look that way again. Just so we don't end up having to go down Kreiser Road and scaring the community, which I'm sure half of the residents, if not more, are watching. Today Saturday. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Worst case, we're gonna stay till it gets dark. And then go through this and see if we can pinpoint it at a little event tonight. I'm gonna meet with some of the law enforcement sources that were here. Maybe they'll recognize some of this and then lead us in a better direction. Those of them that don't like texting. But we're gonna keep looking until it starts getting dark, and then we'll head to the main road before dark for obvious reasons. But this is the terrain that law enforcement had to deal with during perhaps one of the most watched manhunts. We could go that way because that's, I think, the path. Which way? Where is it? Is it through this? Or is it right through here? Because there's another path right here. So let me try this one, you try that one. This one looks a little more promising, huh? No, it doesn't. Maybe, I don't know. Everywhere we go, we're seeing these new little cool hiding spots. Man, yeah, this guy should become a consultant for Homeland. Teach him how to navigate through this crap in the perspective of an escaped prisoner. Maybe they'll give him a couple $1,000 commissary. Okay, that's a vine, I think. Hold on. There's a vine here. Let me see if it matches.
It's red.
No, it was pouring rain. Alright, so, but there's no angle of this. So the angle would have been back here. Let's just check. The vine, his face was, let me pull up the exact picture. Sorry guys, I know a lot of you are saying this is it. Let me just check. Hey, I know people are saying that's it, but give me a second.
Yeah, that's it.
No,
Bro. That's
hold on.
100% the one, bro. That's it.
Let me just triple.
I'm comparing it to the picture. Like that.
Yeah.
That is it.
I'm just trying to see if we have any signs of. They said to look for possibly white
I'm looking
powder.
at the cracks in it, bro.
There's white powder. There's white substance on the
Okay, so that's the
right
white
there.
substance they're telling us to look for.
And it
That's
looks
it.
like, did you step on all of those?
No.
It looks like it's been stepped on.
Hold on. So where? So hold on. Let me get the HD picture from them.
But like the problem.
No, so he would have been right here. So watch yourself. His face would have been. You guys see what I mean? So there's the. Which is this. This isn't it. We're just saying that's what we believe. His
No, that is it. Yeah.
his face would have been right about here. Let's see.
There's a cut off branch right there.
See the little tree coming off of it, bro?
Hold on.
Right there. You're stepping.
Yeah.
That small brown tree coming off of it. That's it.
Let me just, because I like to, we need to be 1,000% before we say anything, because that's been our thing from day one. Because if you look this way, that doesn't match up so far. So give me a sec.
Well, it's not a V. You gotta remember.
No, I'm not saying a V, but I'm saying it doesn't match up. Look. They're not covered in it. So give me a sec. Alright, so Yoda would have been sitting behind this in that brush.
Now
Is that a
what's
sock?
Nick gonna do? He gets to go home.
No, it's not a sock. So Yoda would have been right there, but that's all sticking out. So Yoda would have been, but Yoda's not that close to,
Yeah, I'm looking at the
give or
photos
take,
picture
from
being
here
movie.
to where Yoda would be, would
The
essentially
bend is
be.
divine, bro. The bend is divine.
What else? Let's see if there's any other identifying marks.
The
So these are
cut
the
vine
leaves.
next to the young tree touching the down tree.
Young tree. So here's, watch out. This is the angle we have if we look this way. This
Get
is.
lower and get in the same angle that the photo was taken, bro.
All right, give me a sec. Let me get further back. Let me see how far back they went for the photo. That's what makes it a little hard to believe, but that is essentially, let me see how far back is. There's not much more space. And I know the guy that takes these pictures, and he's not going to go into the thorns. So let me see. Oh, the angle of the photo would have been up here. Okay, now I'm seeing it.
You see the cutoff branch right there for this?
Yeah, now get home to lay next to the log like Cavalcante so we can confirm.
No, Hong's not going to lay down next to it. I'm telling you that right now.
You see the cutoff branch from this?
Yeah, so where's that vine that was hanging would have been somewhere right here where we see the white. That's where they cut.
It's a clean cut. It's not like.
That's a clean cut, so nobody snapped it.
And he was laying the opposite side, so he would be laying over here, right?
No, I think he would have been laying on the, let's check this side.
Yeah, the vine Hong is holding, bro.
So it wasn't on this side. This is cleaner. His face was in right after this, essentially. So
does the moss print like fit the description on the pictures?
here, check it out. I'm just trying to see any signs of. I'm not saying we're going to see blood splatter, but I'd like to see something interesting. What we'll do is we'll mark this spot and put a pin here and update it. Can you? Look at the tiny branch of leaves. Are you referring to these
No, those.
or these? What? Hold on, let me back up then. So this guy was standing at this. Like this. Cavalcante's face. So we're looking for a little bit of a gap, which I'm assuming is this.
See the green plant right by Hong's foot growing over the log? That's where his face is. See that?
What? On that side or this
That
side?
right there where you're at. See that green plant right there?
So his face would be right here.
See this print?
And right here we should see some kind of a. Is that?
I don't think you'll be able to see blood marks, dude.
No, we might see something dry. Just have to look for
Now look
white.
at the moss. Look at the moss on it.
That's what I'm saying. This is the only way.
So the moss goes from light green as it does here, and it kind of fades right here. So yeah, guys.
Those cracks.
So the cracks are. Hold on.
That's it, bro. That's the tree.
Pour some water on this. See if it's red.
Hold on. Because what I'm looking for is also this crack, which would have been right in front of his head. Is it this? Hold on. It's in front of his head, so it would have been moving up to right around here.
Why is there no blood marks? Because people like Nick have been walking around in circles all over this tree, bro. It's
No,
really
no. So the
stepped on
blood,
and smeared.
there should be a dark color, and that might be what we see right here. But like right here, you see that dark matches up with the dark on the moss.
You see how
Right here, there's dark. That's blood on the moss, and then there's two drips under it. Just not seeing that yet, but it does look like, for the most part. Let me zoom out again and
you see how red that branch is next to him? Pour some water on it. See if it's red.
grab my water.
Good Lord, he's not going to find his way out if he can't see it's the tree.
No, but everybody's been saying that's the tree
No, he
from.
just likes being
So,
right, y'all.
yeah, like
It's not that he likes being right. He doesn't like giving false information.
because people have been saying that's the tree, and then on TikTok they said that's the tree that was the one we jumped over, so it's not it. Like those weren't. Now we just put water on this vine
That's not
to
it.
see if it'll.
No. I mean,
But it's a clear cut, so I mean it's possible. Now, yeah, so it does turn reddish with water. You see the difference right here? So it was wet outside.
it was all wet.
So that
It
is
might be it
turning into the color. Where's the clear cut?
right here.
So look right
Go
here.
on wrong side. The
Look,
chunk of the
you
vine
guys
was
see that?
between DC and the tree.
That looks like literally a clean cut. So it's
Go
not
on wrong side, bro.
going
Go on
wrong side.
Duck over.
The trunk of the vine was between DC and the tree. Go where Hong is standing.
Here, watch out.
Hong is literally standing right at the exact spot
Here, watch out.
where that picture was taken.
No, because there's a. This is what's in the way, and I don't
Be able
remember.
to see it.
I don't remember this. That's what I mean, guys. That's why we got to be very careful until we.
Oh, yeah, because that goes over the log. I see now. It's not connected.
Now they might have cut that to clear a path, but keep in mind, I don't remember seeing this.
Like they're all ducking.
They are ducking, but let me go through a better picture and see if they have one where they. Because that looks like the spot over there. Yoda was toward that. Um, the last guy's on his knees. Makes sense because of the brush. Now another photograph taken this way, and this is the one I'm referring to from the front end, that would show that.
Go to home side.
There's nowhere to get that without literally going in to. Watch out. I'm looking for any more identifying features on the actual log. So there's. Looks like it turns into a. Looks like it's almost rotted though at one point in this picture. So hold on.
It was wet because it was raining, and they were on their knees, bro. They were standing.
So his legs would have gone underneath. That's what I'm referring to. His legs were coming. So the vine is right here. His shorts would have been essentially at the vine. His legs would have been through here.
The white thing on the ground to your right is in the picture I sent. Is what thou shall not be named for politicking said.
Let me check. Oh, here's a better picture from Kat. Thanks, Kat.
Yeah, cat, use my dog.
All right, so yeah, they cut the vine, and we see the cut. That's that, and it's a clear cut. If this is it,
Has to be it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if Hong would lay there, it would look a lot better. It would match. He's just got to be 5 foot.
so let me check the picture
Maybe
you
a little
sent.
ketchup for his head.
Somebody else just sent a picture. So right in front of the blood, there should be a. Okay, so that right there is in the picture.
Watch out.
So you guys see that?
Watch out.
What are you doing?
This would be him laying.
He's not that tall. That's not a good example at all. He's not that tall. But his waist would be. Sorry, guys. Hold on. His waist would be. Essentially.
It's not that Nick's a perfectionist, CJ's mom. It's just that he doesn't want to put out false information.
And so far, like, just to clarify, there's been like 30 other videos on social media where people found the log, and it's not this one. So obviously they didn't find it, and it's got millions of views saying that's the log, but it's not. So we're not in the. I don't care if we get 100 views or 100,000 at the end of the day. As long as we're right, we're not here to just speculate and say maybe it's this, maybe it's that. So far, this is as close as we've gotten with the vine, and you can see that on the vine it goes up. This is going up, but I'm just trying to make sure that. So we have 2 identifying marks. So right after this, there should be is where the blood splatter was.
Nick, try this. All right. Listen, this is what I think has happened in the photo. Stand where Hong is standing and grab that vine and take it and put it on the other side of the tree. The cut vine, put it on the other side. Stand where Hong is standing.
Can you grab this again?
Now put your camera towards it.
Take this out because I don't want to see stuff that's not part of it. So hold on. Let me look at the picture you're talking about so I can see what you're saying. What are you saying? Did you send me a picture of what I'm looking at?
No, look, stand where Hong is standing and turn the camera to where you're standing.
Let me
just so that we can see the other side of the tree.
Bend to the cop's hand. An L-shaped bend to the cop's hand. So yeah, so the vine was here, and you can see where it comes out of the ground. It loops around his arm,
right,
which is where they would have cut it. So then, all right, let me grab the vine. Where do you want me to put this? Where do you want this? Hold on. Are you watching?
Yep.
Yeah. So where am I putting?
So you put the vine on the opposite side that it was on.
Like here?
Like so that it's not connected.
So like there?
Yeah. So it would be draped over the tree on the opposite side.
Okay. That's that.
Yeah.
And this is an identifying mark right here. Because that was right before. Hold on, let me make this a 3-way call. I'm going to make it a 3-way call, but you're on speaker, so hold on. Hey, Kat and Aries.
Hey.
So what am I doing? So this is an identifying mark right here that Kat showed me in the photo. This little indent is in the picture. And in front of the indent, there are blood splatter, and that's what this can possibly be.
Nick, when you're looking at the last photo I just sent Hong, where it shows the whole wide shot, that cop all the way on the left side, there's an L-shaped branch sticking up right next to the cop's hand. So you'd have to go to your left on the log.
So that's where the branch comes from. So that's before they cut it. So like this was connected. In the picture, this is connected until they cut it.
Past the cut, and there's an L-shaped branch sticking up. You'll see it in the photo on the left side, the very far left side of the wide shot photo. You'll see that L-shaped.
Is that the last photo you sent me?
Yeah, the very last one I sent Hung. Yep. Not sure who I'm talking to.
Carolyn is saying too, Nick, look at the surrounding trees as well, not just the log, but look at the surroundings.
Right. It's like hand height with the cop in that last photo I sent Hung.
So that's the vine. Is that what you're talking about? Oh,
No.
you mean this right here.
See that little group of trees?
You see that? Look at the live. Are you talking about that?
That little group of clustered of trees.
Are you looking at this?
Somewhere right there, there's a bent.
Check the live. Check the live real quick. Is it this? Is this what you're talking about? The
Yeah, I'll send it again. Hang on.
Let me just zoom in. Is it that right here?
Yeah. See that right where your thumb is pointing. There's an L-shaped branch going up. That's what you want to look for.
This would have been taken from where I'm standing. Let me back up.
Yeah, kind of. So you got to look up higher. Look up a little higher, like if Hong was standing over there behind. Yep, that L-shaped branch, that little cluster of trees right there. I'm thinking is where that is. I'm thinking another cop was standing way down, straight ahead of you, near that hole in the brambles.
That's on the other side. Hold on, let me see. So the cop with the branch. So this photo was taken from. Let me compare it to the other pictures.
That hole is in the bramble straight ahead of you, that dark hole?
Yeah, so let me just compare.
There would have been a photographer somewhere standing over there.
So
they took that shot.
If his body is facing this, that photo was taken
from the other direction.
So
remember to look at the surroundings too, not just the
I know.
shot.
So like the head is facing this. So that photo would have been from back here.
Right, from the other direction, because in the photo, the log's on the left. The way you're facing, the log's on the right.
Yo, shout out to T-Rev in the chat. I see you.
So hold on, guys. I see. So his legs would have been where I am right now, if this is it.
No, his legs would have been the other way.
What do you mean?
His legs would have been facing that hole that you're. Yeah, right. Wait, no, turn the camera back. Turn the camera back to your left. Yep, go to your left.
Go straight?
No, turn your camera to your left.
That is.
No, more left. More up. Go up.
Oh, this might
Keep
be it.
going left.
Is it this?
About the height you're looking, but keep going to the left. There's a little branch I want you to look for. Nope, not down. Up. Now left. Keep going. Somewhere. See these little branches on the edge of your screen?
Yeah.
There's got to be a branch right there.
This?
That matches. Yeah. There's got to be a. There it is, right there.
Where are you seeing this on the thing you sent me?
On the photo I sent, that last photo I had sent home. Look on the left side with
the guy with the rifle.
In his hand, there's an L-shaped branch right there.
So then he would have been. But that doesn't make sense because he was on. I know. Let me show you real quick. Keep watching. His face is right here on this side, right in front of that hole. Okay. So the photo with the branch is taken.
I don't think it was.
This might be the branch.
No, it doesn't have any leaves on it, like right near it, like that.
No, this actually does. So look, hold on. You see how the leaves are coming out?
See where the cut.
And they cut some of this stuff back here, so maybe they did this with a photo. Let me see.
Right, but see where the cut vine is? It's on the right-hand side of the log. And in this same photo, that's on the right-hand, that's the branch right there. You're looking right at it.
Yeah, so this is the branch. And he was right here.
2 seconds behind on the live.
I might be a little behind. I don't
This
know.
is the branch that you're referring to. I'm showing it closer.
This is it.
Make sure
Yeah,
you're current,
yeah.
Cat.
Yep. And see the cut vine is on the right side of the log, just like you're facing now, and it is in the photo too.
All right, guys, so this is looking like it. Let me send this picture and the pin location to law enforcement and see if this is...
I think that's it.
All right, let me send this over. And I'm going to send them my pin. No.
Fingers crossed. Looks like Nick's gonna get to sleep tonight after all, you guys. Holy crap.
One second, guys. I'm going to send this.
Yeah, we know you guys have been saying this is it for like the past 15 minutes, you guys.
You
but
guys said it
he
was
doesn't
it
like
for the
putting out
past like
inaccurate
6.
information. A lot of YouTubers just do stuff for clicks.
And no
He
disrespect.
doesn't do that. He doesn't do this for money. He doesn't do this for any of that. He wants to do this to bring people the actual factual information.
And also, like,
He doesn't want to
a
just
lot
say
of us
this is it,
were
move on.
saying that this was it for some time now. And we were talking about a ton of possible logs. So we just want to make sure this time that it is. So let me send it. But this is saying, okay, hold on. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, true, too. The image will be a mirrored image because it's a photo, so it's going to be backwards as well.
Why would it be backwards? Why would it be backwards?
Wait, no, not on the photo.
On a video, maybe, but yeah, not on the photo.
Yeah, not on the photo. Never mind. Yeah, not on the photo. You almost confused me, Oilers. On the video, yeah.
All right, so this might be it. So what we're going to do is now, we're going to put a little U.S. flag. We only need one for here just in case. But we're going to show you guys. So his face was right over here. Here, hold this for a second. Oh, crap. All right, so we might need to put one more. So far, it looks like it is. We dropped the pin, so that way we'll be able to come back. And I also sent it over to law enforcement, and I'm pretty sure they'll get right back to me and let me know, but we'll leave.
Right.
All right, so we put, obviously this one's not going to want to go any deeper, so let's move it.
Yeah, you guys, that's why the live was a little bit late. That's what I didn't want to tell y'all, as he was getting flags to put in the ground. So there you go.
All right, so it looks like we found,
For confirmation if that's the right spot.
I'm waiting for it,
To grab some flags.
but it looks like it is. That's why we don't rely on other reports. And then I know some local networks came out this area, and they thought they found it, and they showed the log that we had to sit on to jump over, and that just wasn't it. It just wasn't it. So here are the identifying marks, so I can call it out. You guys are going to see. Let me make sure I get a photo of it first. So the first identifying mark is the clear-cut branch right here. The second identifying mark is this right here where his blood splattered. And you can see black here. I'm not saying that's blood splatter, but it's in the same spot If you look at the picture, there's blood right after this up here and down here. Um, so that is that. Let me make sure I send these identifying marks to law enforcement. So that way they can help me make sure. And yeah, and once I find out it is, I'll send the coordinates out. And again, guys, what we're gonna do is we're also gonna take you guys to an area that he was sleeping in. Not today, maybe tomorrow. I have coordinates of where he was sleeping, and I'll see if I have permission to share some cool stuff with you. Chances are I don't, but it's worth asking. I might be able to get you guys an image of him sleeping. Again, I don't think that's going to happen, but at least we'll show you the exact spot of where he was hiding at Longwood at the construction site. So now let's try to navigate. And actually, let me show you on the map where we are and where Little's is. And I might have just hung up on you guys. I'm sorry. I did. But Hong's phone's only on 10%, so we're not going to use the battery. So Little's is just a 10-minute walk. It's 1,400 or 400 feet away from where we are. So now let's follow the track. Let's go back to that spot that we walked in from. You know where that is? Is it that way or this? This looks more realistic.
That way's going back to Friday.
No, that's Prizer's right there. Huh? That's Prizer.
Look in our maps, see how to get back to Little's.
It's in that direction.
I mean,
But they went underneath the
here's the thing though, is if they all came, it looks like they all came in from this way.
but when they took them out, here's the picture of them taking them out. Yeah, guys, just give us a sec because we want to make sure that we document this. But you see that? That's where we were standing, and that's where they walked down to walk them up to Little's. Huh? I know, but you see what I'm saying, right? We want to go to that. So here's the exact spot that picture was taken. Let me show you. Your phone doesn't show the pictures of where they were. Hold this for a sec, because what I'm going to do is I want to grab give me a second, guys, because we want to make sure we grab some good pictures of the area for those of you that aren't on the live. Well, that's actually not going to be an option. So give me a sec. I'm going to try to grab a picture from the phone. Hopefully it doesn't close, which if it does, it does. I'll be right back. But it should be good. So give me a sec. All right, guys. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why I'm in double. Let me kick one of the guests out. And there we go. So, let me see if this is the best camera angle. Cool. So, let me double check audio. Yeah. All right, guys. So, we found it. I'm 99.9% sure. I'll have confirmation tonight. So, I'm not confirming that it's the spot. It most likely is the spot. So, what we're going to do is head back toward Littles. But let me check because I could have sworn that we can go in this general. Actually, you might be right. It might be right through here. So,
Like, just think of it. If they got him here,
but they're not going to throw him over that. They might have
yeah,
driven
this
me.
one, I mean, like, there's no way they're 10, 12 people deep and going through the bushes with the perp.
Yeah, let's
This is
jump
like
it.
over.
So we're going to see their
All this.
a possible
This is
escape
all,
route.
this
Not
is all
escape route, but
clean right here, so they could have just kept going.
and I think that's what they were saying. That might be from CERT. Let's see what that little container has.
That looks like
Make sure something doesn't fall out of my back pocket when I jump. Ready? Jesus. All right, Hong, push me over.
that looks like dip.
No, this is just dip. All right.
What it's called.
Anyway, let's head toward Littles, where they brought him out for the group photo. And mods, if you're watching, I was sleeping during the group photo. I woke up and I tweeted it out. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to tweet it that quick. They wanted to wait until 9:30 to release it, but I'm half asleep, so I released it early. So we're gonna see if we can get to that group photo. Now look how this is all pushed. So this shows that law enforcement did make their way through here. Wow. So they kind of created a path. And that's what I was telling you guys. Like, I know the guys that I know personally that came out here, and if they walked through, there would have been a path cleared similar to this, not the way we just. Nah, we should be good. They left a pretty decent path. So they went this way. And what we're going to do is tomorrow take you to where he was sleeping at Longwood. There's no way they went underneath this. I don't see them doing that. I know these dudes and girls. Maybe right here they would have done this, if anything. Let's hope CERT left a nice exit for us. Oh, here's the white leaves that they kept telling me to look for. That's what the helicopter. Oh, that's a thorn bush. That's what the helicopter was sending. Watch right here. Those are thorns. And that's why I should have let Tom go first. Take the bullet for me. Good friend. Yeah, there's no way they went through this. I know these people. And they're not doing that. So let's
Go back.
Yeah. And for those of you guys that are wondering how I know the path, I don't know the exact path, but I know the men and women who work this very well. And I can tell you that when they did the final exit, they left a path because crime scene had to come in after and photograph, and they were told to basically follow the path that was created by Sir. This is like a prisoner's playing ground. I mean, he can hide anywhere, and I know that's getting old. You guys have heard that 1,000 times, but it is what it is. Wait for Hong to get through before I go. All right. And I'm not athletic at all, and I feel like I could hide from the police back here if I somehow wound up getting back here. No, when I say white leaves, that's what they were saying on the tactical channel to the ground, saying look for the white leaves. So let's go up that way, come the way we came. You could go. And that's why we didn't settle when we saw the first, 6 logs, guys. Everybody said that's it. Somebody said I saw that on TikTok. That's the one. It's not. And so far, we're 99.9% sure this one is until I get that final text, and then I'll say 100. But and I'll post the pin. But they just weren't it. And I know some news network from like Pittsburgh came and did a walkthrough, saying that they found it and that was it. I guess they didn't want to go through the mud. Obviously, I mean, I wouldn't do this if I worked for somebody, unless it was a wild salary. But again, I just don't think they came all the way through. So that's the log. And now the question is, how do we get back? I guess we have to hop it again. Hell no, we're not hopping it. I guess we are. We have to hop back over. This is it. I've never even ridden a, what are they called? The electric bull. You know what I'm talking about? I feel like I'm getting on one of them to get to this spot. All right, guys. So far we're thinking this is it, and I'll post the detailed pictures and the pin. Let me make sure that my sound is back up. So let me take my AirPods out. Huh? I'm gonna try this because I think it leads to the spot. Let me make sure that my audio is on, guys, because I just took out the AirPods. All right, we're good. AirPods died on us. RIP. Well, I don't need to go to the gym for the next 2 months. Not that I go to begin with, but I think I just got my workout here. Wait for And now you can see how hard it is for law enforcement to even walk quietly. Even as we duck, you hear us, and he would have heard them approaching. Yeah, we're gonna head out before it gets dark. Let me check the map. All right, cool. So yeah, let me check the pin from earlier to see if it's, because they sent us a pin of where he popped out of. So let's just see if it's right here. That'll be helpful. So I can just put it on here and you can follow it. All right, cool. So I got the pin of where he popped out. And we are going straight. Yeah, we're directly ahead of it. Now these thorns are going to be a pain in the ass, so give me a sec. I'm not that flexible, so I gotta use my arm to lift my leg on this one. Alright, see that? You guys are learning a lot about me as we do this little, I can tell you one thing, I'm not a survivalist, but I know damn well we didn't pass this, but it's alright, it's part of the adventure. Let's figure out that exact spot, which we're basically looking at it. It's just straight ahead. Did we come this way?
No.
Well, I see disturbed ground here, so somebody came.
We went backwards.
You guys see this disturbed ground that I'm talking about? So somebody made a push, and I highly doubt it's Cavalcante's, because this looks like several people would have walked through. Yeah, I don't get how this guy wasn't caught. At this point, I'm probably going to say no, but then I'm going to regret it, so hold on. Let me put this up, this up. Watch that. It didn't hook you. You see what I'm holding? Sure it doesn't come down and slap you. Right. And if you guys are texting me right now, just give me a couple minutes till we get back to civilization. And we've hit a dead end. So this is the interesting part. I thought getting in would be the hard part. That's a dead end. So obviously,
You gotta go backwards.
yeah. Worst case scenario, we'll go down Prizer. But
Hold on, watch it.
yeah, we are totally gonna bring shears tomorrow. No, we're not bringing a machete. That's not something I would recommend anybody bring. Again, I'm not gonna recommend anybody bring. So yeah, guys, we are heading out eventually, but it looks like we found the spot, which is kind of cool. I would also like to see where he was sleeping. And I have that coordinate, or the coordinates for that. So we'll be able to do that maybe tomorrow. And now this is during the day. So imagine what they were dealing with at night. They couldn't really use much other than night vision goggles, which I'm sure are state of the art, but there's no natural light and there were no flashlights authorized, except for Cavalcante. We might come across another escapee, the guy from DC. Maybe he's hiding out in these in this neck of the woods. He can use a couple pointers if he's trying to get as far as our friend. But yeah, we'll find our way out. Worst case scenario, we'll go to Prizer. But we'll find our way out. So I'm assuming they pushed this area though, because it is pushed. Maybe they were just looking. I've got like 10,000 cords around me too, so it doesn't help with the tangling of thorn bushes. And I don't really have hiking attire, so that's something I should look into too, but I don't think we're going to be doing another manhunt like this. Hopefully nobody else escapes from Chester County because, yeah, but don't go flying. I'm not going to see you in about 4 minutes, but hopefully nobody else escapes from Chester County because this blows. Kudos to law enforcement for being able to do this. I'm sweating. They were wearing heavy tactical gear, so I'm experiencing like nothing compared to what they were. So those guys are here going through this stuff. This is wild. And I wish it was real, that TikTok video, because that would have been great. We wouldn't have had to crawl through all this, but it just doesn't sound, it didn't sound realistic. If you followed the case from the beginning with us, you guys know that he's not going to run and hide right there, right next to a path, you know? He's gonna come to this little bizarre yet smart neck of the woods that there really are no paths leading to. And the reason I also believe he was there is because he can see the lights from Prizer Avenue. He was able to see the homes. And if you remember, the police, the command center said, turn off all of your lights if you're on Prizer. And that was because you can see them from here. Like I can see the homes from here at this, where the flags are. I can see Prizer Avenue. And they wanted him to maybe go that way. Now watch, there's gonna be one of those publicity chasing streamers that comes here and says, oh, look what we found, his shoes or his socks. You guys just saw live that we didn't find anything that was openly in the open. Sorry, I'm biting a thorn out of my thumb. But you guys can see that this is more of Cavalcante's forte. He's gonna come. Where'd you go? Are you taking a whole other way? Let's see. That's the thing, all of these trees do look identical. And that's why we're looking for so many identifying marks, not just one or two, but as many as we can get. Because these little, huh? Yeah, I think we came from the other side of it.
We didn't come from the other side. We came from this way.
Let's see. Well, here's the GPS. So the creek is right there that we got to cross. That's about it.
That's a dead end. So it's gonna be this way.
Let's try this. So there's a path going to our left and to our right.
Going to the left is not it.
So go. Did we come through all this brush? Let's see.
Get to the creek and hop over.
The creek is that way, though, right?
The creek is that way.
Straight.
Look at the GPS.
Creek is that way. If you point here, that's Prizer. If you point here, that's the creek. See where the blue illuminates? That's the creek.
Then my guess is this is the way.
We had a burst of adrenaline coming in because a lot easier to find than it is to escape. These are a million and a half bushes. So let me push that crap down because I'm tired of pulling thorns out of my fingers.
Step on top of it.
That's what I'm trying to do. There's, let's see. I just don't remember that. Unless we, do you remember that? Hold on, guys.
Go first.
All right. Oh, yeah, if you want to go first. But I just don't remember all this.
Well, like, we don't know where we came in from, so we gotta make our own way out.
Yeah, you're right. I'll follow you. We've got Hong over here, the human navigator.
This is all we gotta
Brush.
get over, so
Hold this. I got it.
here we go. I'm standing on all the thorns, dude. We gotta hurry up.
All right, guys. So here's another point of exit. Let's hope. It looks a little bit clearer ish. One sec. Checking the. So we're right next to. That's where we are. So like the creek is right there, then Little's is right there. So. Yeah, there is no path here, huh? So go back. Manhunt day 16. Now searching for our own exit. Let's go up. I have an idea. And you guys can see how thick this stuff is. We weren't expecting to show you how thick it was. I mean, we were expecting to show you the outskirts. We somehow managed, as we always do, to get in the middle of it, of either the perimeter or the wilderness. And if you just keep going straight, I think at that point we'll hit Prizer, which is good enough for now. It's safe to say, not lost, we're in the perimeter. Well, you guys saw the perimeter before, so that doesn't say much. It's a 25-mile perimeter. But let's see. Let me see. So I saw the homes. Right here. So that's Prizer. Straight here. Let's go. I'm just gonna follow this exactly. So if you go in this same direction that we're going into, we should be.
Make it after the night, because if we step.
Yeah, but now we're gonna make it out of here.
I don't know if there's a snake or a
Well, they caught the most wanted snake in America a couple nights ago, so at least we won't run into him. Because I do remember the downed tree. So here, let me put the coordinates back.
Load up the first coordinates
That they sent. That's what I did.
Sent, yeah.
It's literally straight ahead, but that's not going to work.
Outing over here. I see it.
I think I remember that.
Watch your step, because that's really.
Yeah, I remember this.
I can see light from here. It should be close.
So right now we're in the direction of, let's just see. Oh, yeah, that's that big mama tree. So I remember that. And we're looking at Prizer. Where are we? We're right here, and that's Prizer right there. Big Mama. So let's go to the Big Mama. Should have worn goggles had I known that we'd be in like military style. I'm not gonna answer because that phone I have to put it to charge, which is the phone that we need. Look at this, is kind of funny. Now Honk has a guiding stick.
Coming into somebody's backyard, just let you know.
That's alright. Yeah, we're in somebody's backyard, but what we'll do is go from there to Little's. And that's as good as it's going to get as far as us recreating his exit. We showed you guys where he was and then the spots that law enforcement jumped through. I hear people talking. Or that's a goose. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure that. Let's go straight to the driveway so they don't walk. Hold on. Let me see where the driveway is. I don't want to walk through this person's house. Look. So right here. That's where we're facing. That's the house. We gotta hold this. Cut to the driveway. All right, cool. The audio is still working, right? Is it that way or is that way?
Oh, that looks like their backyard.
That's what I mean. Look at the driveway.
He's facing that way.
It's right there. So we're on Fraser, and we're gonna walk back to Little's, and then from Little's, we're very close to where we're going. I just feel bad because we're in this person's front yard. If you're watching, I'm sorry. We had to cut through. Does that lead?
There's a creek. You see the creek?
Yeah, I can see the creek. Yeah, sorry if you're watching this and you live here. We're using your yard to kind of get back to where we were. I'm not trying to show anything. But yeah, we kind of showed you guys pretty, I guess, as close as you can get. This is one of those massive driveways. Isn't that perfect? So, again, we went from Lundale to Little's, and from Little's to the tree that they caught him. What's interesting is this might be the house that we were parked at. I'll know when we get to the bottom of the hill. Well, we kind of pulled the Cavalcante with how we got ourselves out. Like I was telling you guys, he's very known for, and I'll show you that at Longwood when we go there tomorrow, where he was sleeping. You can see a house from the distance. So I think he always wanted to have his eyes either by a creek, tracks, or a house. And that's why they asked everybody to turn off their lights if they were on Prizer, because he was looking to hit areas that have houses. And there's a nice little pond here that connects to Bear Creek. I think, let me check. But right now we're on Prizer. Now let's see if it's the same driveway, which would be so funny. I don't think it is though, because that dip, we would have crashed. And you see, with the daylight, it took us 5 hours to find, not 5, but about 4. We weren't going to go through and confirm the 2 other tree stumps that other people confirmed, including a network out of Pittsburgh, because that just wasn't it. That wasn't it. And you guys saw that in real time. So we went from there to the other spot. And when you stream live, you guys see everything in real time. So it's not like we were able to cut the video and then make it look like it was farther away. We literally try to follow the brush, and we made it, you know. So, oh, Horseshoe Trail. That was actually a point of interest during the search. And we were actually parked about a quarter mile up this way. So let's go to... You didn't, right? Okay. Honk says, wouldn't it be funny if you dropped the car keys in the woods? And no, not funny. That would have sucked, to put it lightly. But we're on Prizer right now. There's a little like pond I was telling you guys about. It's pretty cool. Yeah, and we'll go to the farm. But yeah, I mean, I think we hit what we wanted to hit today. I'm waiting for a final text to make sure that the coordinates I post later are it. And then I'll put up the photos with our flags that we kind of conquered the spot. So that way, if you guys are in the area and you want to see it, well, that was a bird that scared the hell out of me. If you guys are in the area and you want to see it, we're gonna, there's flags and stuff for you to find it easier. So you don't have to check out 50 different spots. And then honestly, maybe bring some of your own flags too, in case those ones get bad. Because I know a lot of locals want to check it out. And I don't blame them. This was a horror story when it started, but now it's something that they can look at and leave behind. I'm not saying that it was a good experience. It was terrible. It was horrifying, especially for the victim's family. But it's cool to see the lengths that law enforcement had to travel to get Cavalcante. We were in the middle of daylight having problems, and I'm not saying that we had eyes on them today. You know what I mean? But it's just such difficult terrain to find landmarks. We looked for 3 identifying features, maybe more, on the log. We looked for the vine, and that was a clear cut. We looked for the hole, which was right where the first blood splatter was, and that was there. And then we saw the moss, how it kind of went from very light to dark. That was there. And then Crime Space, or I'm sorry, True Crimes Weekly pointed out there was an L-shaped branch, and we saw that there. So we have about 4 official, at least 4 identifying features that seem legitimate. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is when I hear any updates from law enforcement with the identifying. Let me mute this for a second, guys. Let me mute it. All right, guys. So now we're going to Little's, which is right up here. And we were just saying hi to some locals who were watching and thought it was pretty cool to see a tour of the area without them having to go through the woods. And they also want to make sure that when people say that's the spot, that it is, because a lot of people want to see it and they don't want to spend their time going somewhere and then finding out when they get home that it's just not it. So we're pretty sure that is it. Like 99.9. I'm not going to be 100 until we get a text, but it has all of those identifying features that we told you we were going to look for. We saw the white powdery stuff that they said that was seen behind, like a stain. We saw the L-shaped branch. We saw the indent where the blood splattered from. We saw the moss change color. So we're pretty sure it was it. And it's funny how we couldn't find our way out from Little's, which is right back here. But as soon as I get that text, I'm going to post photos and coordinates for those of you that want to go there. And then what we can do is, if you want, I guess I'll do a little tweet and then I'll take the comments from here. But if you guys want us to go tomorrow to Longwood and show you where he was sleeping, we'll do that. Now here's Little's, like their property. They have all of the brands that they sell. It's a really cool spot. All like a lot of farm equipment. We could probably walk on the outskirts back to Lundale. No, I don't think we're going to go through the woods. We're going to go straight to Lundale. And I'll say that this little mission is successful thus far. Let's see. Is it faster to go like that, or is it faster to cut across?
Let's just walk on the road.
All right. So yeah, if you guys want us to go to Longwood tomorrow, we'll do that. They've been cool in my DMs. They slid in them a few times. So I'll slide back into their DMs. If you guys want us to go there, we will. Let me make sure that the other phone is charging now that this one is charged, because we don't need two phones dead. So cool. Now this is Little's. This is the store that from the back is where Cavalcante tried to make entry unsuccessfully. Thank God, because if somebody was in there, that would have been a terrible situation. And there are homes right next to it. So it's definitely good that he didn't get himself into one of those homes. But for stuff like this, I've said it like over the years, not just for this story, to get the story, you have to go into the story. And to find where he was caught, you can't just go to the closest stone before the water and hope it was that. And it's important in coverage like this to be spot on with those details. If people are so eager about a detail as small as a styrofoam cup, they're going to want to know the exact spot that he was caught. No, he's here. Cavalcante will remain at SCI Phoenix in Montgomery County. It's a maximum security prison with death row. So that's where he's going to stay. He might be moved to what's called SCI Green. It's spelled Greene. That's a possibility because that's considered like Pennsylvania's version of a supermax. It's in the middle of the woods. But Phoenix, you're not going to escape from Phoenix. You're just not. There are too many gates that you'll be shot when you make it over the first one. And the razor wire is not like razor wire that you see in county jails. This stuff will slice through your entire body. So if he survives that, he's not going to survive the gunshot wounds. The guards over there, they work for the state, and the state has a whole different level of, I'm going to say, professionalism. They're not allowed to have their cell phones in there. That's a crime, unlike other places. They're not allowed to really, legally, they're not even allowed to look you up. So they're very strict over there and very professional. Now here's Lundale Farms right here, which is already parked. And again, shout out to Lundale for letting us park on the property and kind of use it as our little staging spot to walk from. Next week they have a festival. I'll post it on Twitter. But here's Lundale, if you guys are wondering. But they have a festival, and maybe we'll even swing by. It'll be cool to show appreciation for them letting us come here and use the property to show you guys a little tour from there to the area Cavalcante tried to make entry to, which is Little's, and then to the spot he was found, and then by mistake we took you guys on Prizer Road, which is also an area of interest. Now, if you're watching this and you're local, obviously don't come here unless they know you're coming or there's an event. It's private property, the farm, so we had to go through and ask for permission and all of that. So don't come and park up on the farm property. That's a big no-no. We kind of did it to alleviate that from other people trying to come, because we were able to just show you guys in real time the walk and everything, and it was very kind of them to let us come here. Yeah, I'm basically saying, obviously they don't want trespassing on their property. So I know a lot of you guys are great and you like to join us and stuff, and revisit areas that we did, but always make sure you have permission from the property owners and have them on the same page, just to make sure that you don't get in any trouble. And you don't want to make, if you're local, you don't want to piss off locals. And if you're not local, you definitely don't want to show up and piss off locals. That's just not a thing. But always have permission, and that's something that we've done since day one. Is everywhere we parked, we asked for permission from either the state police if it was public, or the property owner if it was private. We never just said we're going to park here and call it a day. Now here's Beaver Creek. Now this is Beaver Creek, and it leads to Little's. And we walked up this way, then crossed over the creek. And those are the silos that he was seen at. Those are the silos. And he's not going to be deported until he serves his life sentence. And I think it's life and a half they're going for. So when he serves that, if they want him, they'll send him there in a coffin. But he's going to spend the rest of his life inside of an American prison cell. They're not going to extradite him just to have a trial somewhere else. Unless it was in the U.S. That's different. But he's a convicted murderer here, so they're not going to send him elsewhere, especially given the fact that he's such an escape risk. That's why he's in 24-hour. He's under 24-hour watch. It's called the RHU. It stands for Restricted Housing Unit. So he doesn't have access to normal commissary. He doesn't have access to the showers unless he is chained up, and they walk him to the shower and keep him in handcuffs. So imagine how hard it is to take a shower when you're handcuffed. Not that it matters. He went 15 days without one, so he should know the feel. But from my understanding, he might be in that unit for 7 to 10 years, not just a few months. From those that I know that work at Phoenix, they say that he'll likely be in that unit for about 10 years at least 7 before he gets to go and mingle with other inmates. So he won't have the same freedoms that you get. Like, he won't have a job in jail. I'm going to leave the stream on. So just give me a moment. right, cool. So again, guys, these are the silos that he ran by before making his way down through those woods, over the creek, to Little's. He tried to make entry. It was locked, so he jumped back down and went into the woods. Yeah, so we'll take you guys with us on the ride back out of here. Just give us a second to get situated. Just 1 second. Let me mute this. One sec, guys. Sorry if it's cutting in and out. Just give us a sec. It's not muted, just so you know. All right, cool. Just trying to make sure we have the GPS set for the right spot. So what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna basically give you a little ride, but we're gonna come back tomorrow to go to Longwood, maybe tomorrow, to the spot he was sleeping at. That's definitely an interesting spot to go. GPS. All right, cool. So we're good to go. I think we hit just about everything. Let me make sure that it's still okay. Yeah. So again, we took you to make sure the audio's working. Yeah, we took you guys to Lundale Farms, which is where Cavalcante was seen running past the silos, and from there he went through the woods. Either way, just make sure you stay he was seen running through the woods towards Little's, and the helicopter saw him trying to make entry into Little's, and then the alarm went off too. So then from there he ran back by those woods that we took you to, and he crossed that little creek that we crossed, and it was then that he burrowed himself in that bizarre, what we would expect in that, make sure I don't show houses, he burrowed himself, and we weren't buying that was the spot that they put up on TikTok or on the Pittsburgh News, because why would he be so meticulous and then at the end just hide in the most ridiculous area? So he did army crawl, and you're not going to army crawl 5 feet. He went through that brush. We found the identifying features that led us to believe it was him. The officers told us that they had tripped over a log after the first log that we saw that we had to kind of sit down on to get up. So it was definitely, almost without a doubt, the spot, the one where we planted the flags. But again, you know how we are. We like to make sure that we're 101% right. So I'm going to, when I get home, send over some better photos to them with the pin location and the coordinates, and see if it adds up with the photos that they took as far as the coordinates. And that's one way I can compare. If the coordinates match, obviously it's the same spot. We walked through the creek. We went through the brush a lot more than we expected. We just wanted to show you the outskirts, but that became kind of hard after we found out that he was in another section, so we had to go through brush to get there. There was a lot of brush cleared on the path there. Unfortunately, we didn't mark our path so that way we can follow the same path out. So we came off on Prizer Road, but it was definitely a cool little walkthrough to see what they were dealing with. And this was honestly the easiest, not the easiest terrain, but he didn't make it as far as he had before. Like at the Longwood, at Waterglen, on Lenape, in those areas, he didn't really burrow himself as far in as he did at those spots. I have a location that he burrowed himself in out front of a construction site at Longwood, but it's almost as if he was in the open, and we'll go there, and I'll see if I can share that with you. As far as the image, I don't think I can, but at least I'll show you the spot where he was sleeping for some time, and maybe we'll see if it's any if it's comfortable at all. But this is night and day compared to just a few nights ago when the place was loaded with police. The town finally, the community has gone back to normal, and this is something that you guys can see in real time. Everybody's kind of back to normal. Their routines are back. They're able to go out. We saw more people out and about. We heard some voices out in the woods when we first got there, so it sounded like people were walking through as well. There was a man with his kids going. So people are back out, and it's kind of cool that the community is able to get back to their little normal routine, their normal lives before the manhunt basically took it over for the better part of 2 weeks. College was canceled at one point at the university. Local schools were canceled. So everything kind of went back to normal. And yeah, we'll go back again to another spot tomorrow now that the perimeter is gone. If you guys want, I guess I'll do a little bit of a test on Twitter and Facebook. And I don't think I can do polls on YouTube, but if you guys want us to go back tomorrow to Longwood, we'll go and show you the spots that he was. We only know, I think I only have one exact location, so the rest of them are going to be areas of interest, but I have at least one exact location of where he was at Longwood. But I think it's been kind of a good, this is a good way to end the intense coverage that we were doing around the clock, kind of show you guys how it winded down. We came here and it was flooded with police from the first day, not here, but in general. We saw a ton of, so is it an actual poll, or is it a, just like say one or two? Let me see. Let me try that. If it lets us do a poll, I'll do a poll. Let's see. Where's the option for that? Where's the option to do a poll? I guess let me Google it. From the bottom of this screen, click. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's. I'm not seeing the option, guys, for a poll. Community tab. That just shows how much I use YouTube. I don't. Yeah, I'll do the poll on Facebook and Twitter, so I don't spend the next 10 minutes trying to figure it out. So Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to go through all the tools and stuff right now. It's a little bit difficult unless I close the stream and go through that, and I'm not trying to do all that right now. Basically, I just read this from the bottom of the chat window, tab create a poll. So from the bottom of the chat window, I see an emoji, and that's it. There's no poll. I can put like a smiley face. Yeah, so essentially, I mean, I'm assuming you guys want, if you want us to go to Longwood tomorrow, I guess say 1. If not, just say 2. And I mean, I'm assuming that'll be good enough. And then I'll put it on Twitter and Facebook, and I'll kind of, I'm sure, I think actually like everybody's going to want us to go, so I don't see them saying no. Yeah, so thank you. Okay, well, there you guys go. There's the poll. So, okay. Well, that answers it. All right, we'll be coming back. So we'll go to Longwood tomorrow, and we'll do that again. I wish I can crab walk. I would try that, but I'm not. I don't know about all that. I have to work on getting these thorns out of wherever the heck they are. My hands. I'm sure Hong has 1,000. But yeah, we'll come back tomorrow. What we'll do is we'll do the same thing, but at Longwood, and I don't know. Maybe I think we'll have some fun with it. At this point, we can have a little fun, so to say, now that the community's back at ease, and they also want to know the routes and how he did what he did. So I'm thinking tomorrow, again around 1. For those of you that know me, sometimes I'm late, so I mean, I would say probably let's aim for noon, but I think safer to say 1 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, I'll look up the poll stuff when I get home, so we can know it for next time. So we'll do Longwood tomorrow, and we'll have a little bit of fun over there at the construction site where Cavalcante slept. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, we're gonna check for ticks. We were wearing long sleeves and jeans, and I know that's not an excuse, so I'm still gonna check. But we will take you by Eileen for old time's sake, and we'll drive around the whole old perimeter too. It'll be kind of cool to see the. I've been getting texts from residents who the night they went to Phoenixville, it became a ghost town, and it was a stark contrast to what we saw there before we left. When we left Longwood that night, it was police central. You would have thought that El Chapo was in the woods, the way they had it surrounded. And then it became a ghost town. They followed us, funny, to Phoenixville. They made it there about 45 minutes after us. So we got to see them shift gears in real time. And that's what's been cool about this whole thing is we've been watching it all in real time. It was boring at one point. At a few points in this, it was rather boring, but I think we had more fun than boring scenes. Yeah, we stared at a cornfield for some time, and then we stared at a cone. But after we stared at the cone, the sighting came in Phoenixville, so it went to 100. After we stared at the cornfield, I don't remember, but there was something that popped up that was interesting. I think one of them being, we went in to show you guys the corn, and the next day that was part of the perimeter, even there at that point. But we had our, for the most part, ups and downs. I think every stream does. This one had a little bit more action than others, and then obviously we're not going to chase police lights and hype it up. We hyped it up when it was time to hype it up, which really wasn't much. When he moved to Phoenixville from Longwood, that was hype. When he went from Longwood or from Phoenixville to Glenmore, that was hype. When they confirmed that they found his shoes, that was something to hype. So we were very picky about what information is worth hyping up, knowing that the residents are just fed up and they just want to hear that he's captured. So anything that we hyped up indicated that they were close to him. You know, the shoes, the backpack, the move on the ring camera to Phoenixville. So that kind of stuff was worth kind of hyping up. It didn't really need a hype. It was more natural. It was its own hype, a natural hype. We weren't looking for something to show you like a SWAT truck coming, and we weren't looking to show you that they were moving around in tactical gear. We got lucky a few times. We were set up in the perimeter unbeknownst to us, and we saw marshals in tactical gear getting ready right in front of us on the live stream, but that wasn't something that we went out to look for. They just wound up coming to us, which is pretty cool. The sorghum and stuff like that. I learned a few new terms, and I can say Pacopsin now, which is kind of cool. Mendenhall. So after we got used to those, and here's the 7-Eleven that you guys saw all of that SWAT activity at. That was, in my opinion, hype. It was a lot of hype, but they had this whole intersection shut, and that's the 7-Eleven with the SWAT. And that's why we're not confirming 1,000% that that's the spot yet. I'm just trying to make sure that it is before. I mean, we're confident that it is, but our confidence isn't worth much, you know. So I want to make sure that it is before we put it out there, because I'm sure that other news networks are going to head to it after we put the pin and whatnot. Which it's cool to make sure that they get the angle too, but we want to make sure that we're not sending them on a wild goose chase. I know a lot of these guys personally, so I don't want to send them through the wilderness to the wrong spot, you know. So I wish it was that first log, and then I wish it was the second one that was right after the water, and I wish it was the third one, but those just seemed way too easy for somebody like Cavalcante, who is a survivalist. That's somewhere I would hide, guys. I would have hidden in that by that first log, and you saw me getting scared of spiders, so he was running because his life is over, so he's gonna go a little bit further than the first or second log. He's gonna keep crawling, and I'm almost positive that we found the spot, just waiting to make sure. And yeah, I think we did, with the help of you guys. I'm pointing out some facts and whatnot. The Walnut perimeter on Prison Shoe Drive. So like, yeah, we had some fun, and a lot of locals were having fun with like Prison Shoe Road perimeter, all of that stuff. And I saw a perimeter today. I went to Home Depot to grab some flags, and they set up an in-store perimeter, which was almost as airtight as the one that Glenmore up here. Luckily, they left one aisle open, kind of how they did on the Longwood perimeter, and we were able to get in. So this whole perimeter thing has changed my perspective on aisle closures in stores, because it's almost similar the way they leave a couple open, a couple shut. There was one at Walmart yesterday. This is off topic, but that one was airtight. I couldn't get it through perimeter over there. They had it sealed off pretty well. They were doing the floors, but yeah, we had an interesting experience for sure, and I think that we hit what we wanted to do, which was keep the locals involved and up to date, while also giving outsiders a perspective of the area, especially those that would say, if this was in our area, they would have caught them in the same day or 2 days. We just spent 5 hours or more going through brush, and we had a general idea of where he was, and you guys saw that it wasn't easy at all, let alone in tactical gear that they have and all of their equipment. It wasn't easy, and it's not somewhere you can just let the hounds loose, because they can get hurt. Heck, they can go blind if they're going through those huge thorns. So it's a dangerous area for canines, and it's a hard area to travel as an officer at night, especially. During the day, at least I was able to see down so I don't twist my ankle or something going over these ditches. So I can't imagine, and it's almost comical because I can imagine some of my friends who worked getting pretty annoyed as they fell down, and that happened quite frequently. That's just the terrain. There was nothing they can do to get around it. They tripped, a lot of them, over logs, which might have been some of the sounds people were reporting hearing was tactical teams falling down. And it's funny now looking back, we all laugh at it, including them. But at the time, it wasn't. It was serious, and they were frustrated. They weren't trying to lose him again. They wanted to bring this to an end for the community, and also for them to go back to their normal routines and focus on other crimes going on. Cavalcante is not the only criminal that they have to track down or investigate or put resources toward. So it's good that they finally put him behind bars where he belongs. I'm not going to say it brought closure to the victims. It brought a sense of security, knowing that he's locked away. There is no closure when you lose your mom, your sister, your daughter. So I'm not going to say they got closure, but what they got is a sense of security, knowing that he's away and he's not coming back again after what he did, and that he'll spend the rest of his life in prison. That's a sense of security at the very least. No, so it was shoot if he does not clearly surrender. And I understand why they didn't. They wanted intel from him, and the little bits and pieces that they released to the public isn't all of the intel they got. They interviewed him for a while, not 10 minutes. We're talking hours. So they wanted intel, and they wanted to bring this thing to a peaceful resolution. The Pennsylvania State Police is very thorough when it comes to manhunts, standoffs, stuff like that, to that effect. Even though somebody poses a threat, unless that person is literally posing an immediate threat, they're not going to just shoot and kill them. And that's also illegal. If you are clearly surrendering in the United States, even if you're wanted for terrorism and you're clearly surrendering, you have a right to live and stand trial, or at least face your punishment, which is prison, or in some states, death penalty. I know they have it here, but he's not facing the death penalty, and they haven't put somebody to death in Pennsylvania in ages. So it's definitely a sense of security that he'll never see the light of day outside of a prison wall again, for the victims, and we have to keep them in mind, because I can't imagine how mortified they were with this guy, not just on the loose, but then back in Phoenixville, like under 10 minutes away from where they live. So just imagine that. That's scary. For obvious reasons, it's very scary that he's coming back to that area where he committed that brutal crime. And it's good now. He's whether he was killed or captured, that's, in my opinion, I don't give it much. I wouldn't have lost any sleep if they killed him at all. But obviously they want to interrogate the guy and get information, which is a little crazy. He contradicted the state police lieutenant colonel, who said he's positive he's going to go south and go back to Brazil. Meanwhile, he was going to Canada. So unless he's lying. So I mean, that's the thing, you have to take what Cavalcante says with a grain of salt, because I don't know if he's going to actually say where he was going, but you never know. You just never know, and we'll never know because we can't be inside of him, in his brain, to know if he's telling the truth. But all right, guys, in about 5 minutes, we're going to call it a night on here, and we'll be back tomorrow at Longwood, and I'll post the pin location after I get a text message confirming it, and that should be within the next hour or two. I'm going to make some calls. We'll put the pin and some photos of the actual spot on Twitter for the locals that want to ever check it out. It's your own business if you want to go. But yeah, so we'll do that, and then we'll be back tomorrow for Longwood. But we're going to call it a very early night. We're used to 1 or 2 a.m., but it's 8 o'clock. But we got the job done. There's nothing else to see. It's dark out. And for the remainder of this coverage, if we do a few more walkthroughs, it's going to be during the day. For obvious reasons, there's no perimeter, so it's a lot easier for us to travel around. And I'm also in talks with some of the farmers near Longwood to see if, we're welcome there, but I'm going to follow back with them and see if it falls in our area. But all right, guys, it was cool. We will see you tomorrow. All right. I feel like I'm always hanging up a phone call. I have to wait to hear bye. But we're heading out. So thank you guys